connoisseurs, you know.
HeyWoah!
Yo. I guess doing this fine evening. Oh, a generous beginning of the stream this time. Let's go. For our Bairn walk. Dude, you're huge. Greetings, folks. Resident Dwarf Enjoyer here. Oh, Leon Duvall. The Dwarf Enjoyer, huh? He seems alright. I hear tell that some of the dwarfs are kind of fun. Just looked over KO last stream. Didn't jive with what I exactly want out of them, but who knows? Opinions can differ, I guess. I'm told the Fire Slayers are kind of nice with it, though. Very slow, which is, of course, a massive downside in a game like this, but their rules seem to be fun, which is a nice touch. Blazing runes, army-wide shit, actually sounds kind of sick. Big mindset. The Bigma grind set. Arterius, thanks for the bits. Living large H. Just a capital H, alright. Shifting weight, gaining mass. The mass effect. Pure athlete, yeah. D. Neal. 5,500, thanks for the big prime, I appreciate it. For 2 months. For their streak, 3 months total. Damn, that's almost 6 months, thanks a lot. Ortiz, thanks for the big 5 that happened during the intro. A connoisseur choice, if I do say so myself. GD Panda, thanks for the big prime. 41 months, that's almost 45 months. Thanks a lot. The streak is back. Anyway, thanks for the big 5, Ortirius. And another gift one to Player 1, 1985. That was a decent year.
Twitch Prime.
TYVM. Huge gifts. Big mindset. Move 4 gaming, yeah. Are they thick? Yeah. Yeah. Bob Goblin Gaming, thanks for the big prime. Oh, a new primer. Hey, thanks for liking my stuff and potentially finding me. Appreciate. I do upload a YouTube video only once every 4 years at this point, but I did just upload 2, so please enjoy, I guess. As I slowly work on every army. You missed the OBR stream. What was the consensus? For me, it was that they are very balanced, but also boring to me. I read through their rules and nothing is exciting. It's just kind of boring. But I could be excited by different things than you, right? So I guess there is that. There's just all like, it's safe. A lot of the flavor was slurped out, particularly Catacross. This is an army whose history was so creative and interesting that the entire core rules stole their special, unique rule idea twice. And now it's like, this edition, I don't think we're going to steal anything from them. I don't know. You upload lots of YouTube videos. You got to get that HeyWoah Plus subscription. That's not me. That's SG Arcade. That's on him. Kind of entrepreneurial grinder that he is. Those are VODs and clip stuff, which SG Arcade just rockets out from a chain gun onto HeyWoah Plus, which is the YouTube channel for VODs and stuff.
Which
main
part?
channel is the once every 4 years, but it's all scripted, so it takes longer to do. I have noticed, maybe I'm not clear enough, but also, I guess, kind of who cares, right? But I have noticed that people on HeyWoah Plus, every once in a while, are like, thanking HeyWoah for uploading stuff, and I don't. That's SG Arcade. Or like talking about editing or something, and they're like, oh, how come this happened or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, that's SJ. And then every once in a while when I upload a video that I made on main channel, they're like, thanks SG Arcade for all this. And I don't know if it's a meme or not, but good meme if any case. Yeah, HeyWoah has a no pants, I suppose. I have the same deal that Eris has, and some of the other content creators that give a shit about paying people. I have the same deal as Eris has with no pants, I'm pretty sure, and some other people. I think Destiny does the same thing. We split proceeds of the HeyWoah Plus fully 50-50. So when HeyWoah Plus gets 1 million subs, I'll take half, no big deal. The problem with it is, if it's a nothing channel that makes no money, then okay, I guess we're both screwed, but... Barred from Entry, thanks with a big prime for 7 months. Big sixes. He's gonna be working from Fiji. Well, we talked about it, actually. And we knew that it was, like, kind of a joke, right? I'm not really the type of streamer that goes viral and has viral moments or anything like that, but just on the off chance that it did, right? And it's like 1 million subscription channel, and it makes like $60,000 a month or something like that, like many of them do. SG Arcade's like, I'm just gonna hire an editor and pay them nothing. Passive income, baby. I'm like, yep, do with it what you will. Outsource if you want. Lactose intolerant people, when they realize we're headed to the Milky Way. Kind of a good meme. We are in the Milky Way. But good try. That was a good one. I finally decided on my first army to grab in plastic, and it's Fire Slayers. You grab KO if their rules didn't hurt your soul this edition. KO rules have a poor track record. They're either kind of not fun and weird and annoying, or they're really, really, really good and kind of not fun and weird and annoying. So they just haven't really, I don't think they've ever quite gotten it right with KO. Fire Slayers seem fun. Ogres are close second alongside Stormcast, but they ditched the chunky cast that you liked. Yeah, fair enough. And Ogres are kind of like pump the brakes right now because they're on that knife's edge. So many of their sculpts are like super old. I think it's the only fine cast left in the company, maybe, or at least in AOS. And so they're clearly going to get an update, and it'd be silly to buy into them right now and
Good job, King.
have them get all sorts of cool stuff right after that. Lizard Wizards, thanks for the tier 1 for 13. Lucky 13 months. Made it to the big leagues. True. Absolutely true. Go Plus thumbs have been crazy good over the last few weeks. Yeah.
Good job, King.
Yeah, I'm normally not good at thumbnails, as you can tell by my thumbnails. However, last few weeks, I just decided, you know what, I'm just gonna Photoshop Matt Rose on bodybuilders and run with it. No words, no text. Just run it. I don't know if it worked or not, but I think people like it. Hearthguard Zerkers are 20 for 5 this edition. They might be squishier, but it feels good, man. Editors aren't free, but you can tie them up in your basement and make them work for food. I mean, I myself am an editor, although a different type of editor, for my main job. And no, we are not free. But we partially work for food because food costs money, right? So I guess in a roundabout way. There's thick cast enjoyers. Someone will buy my old models, thank God. I don't know if they will want to buy models they can't play with or have to count as. That's the problem. I think a lot of stuff looks cool that I'm not trying to buy because I can't play with it, right? So, I mean, Godspeed. I hope somebody does. Hey, were you buying into Gutbusters if they get new sculpts? If I like them, yeah. Like, Ogres is one army now. And the reason I played Beastclaw was because I liked it, and I liked the lore better, and I liked the models better, and I liked the playstyle better. So that's pretty unanimous, right? But if Gutbusters got better lore, and awesome models, and now their playstyle is fun, and it's still Ogres, well, you know, why fight it? That being said, I myself am chilling as well. I'm not going to buy in until at least most of those are true. You commented big. Good work. Somebody's gotta. Aren't Liberators being resculpted and put back in 4th edition later? Yeah. They're talking about Sarcosanct, some other stuff. And if they like thick cast, then if they make new skinny Liberators, maybe they don't like those, right? So, if they refresh Ogres, should they offer a Rider upgrade pack? I think they should refresh everything. The Beastclaw monsters only look good in relative terms to the awkward Gutbusters, to me. The riders are pretty dated, some of the other stuff, they're monopose, you know. It's just too much for me to hope for that they would refresh everything, you know. So I'm already kind of resigned to my fate. But I'd love my half of the army to get a refresh too. I'd buy it all again, no big deal. People keep saying Fireslayers are a beefy melee army, but it's all 6-up save, no ward. Please explain. You get a save bonus and you get a ward by hugging some sort of hero, I think.
Which prime?
I need to look over the... I only looked at the faction focus, right? So, did you notice when I was responding to the Fireslayers comment, I was a little hesitant, you know? Because in the past, they were very beefy. But they're considerably less beefy now. So that was where that hesitance came from. K&B thinks the big prime for 28 months. Beastclaw lore is cool. You like the cannon side of Gutbusters though, so you might grab an Iron Blaster to hobby on. Could be. I like the cannon idea of the side. Them walking around with pirate ship cannons is fucking sweet. It's just the models for those aren't that great. Leaning too far into silliness. They're putting shrapnel into them instead of cannonballs, which is stupid. There's Noblars all over them, which is dumb. And their rules are always bad. They think it's fun to roll random attacks characteristics and deal 1 damage. It's the army where the pistols do a D3 and the cannons do 1. We've lost our way. This is why you 3D print your ogres, and they're Japanese themed. I've seen a few people do that, Nick Libby. I don't know if you go to tournaments in the Midwest area. If you do, I've seen yours. But if you don't, then I've seen a few people's like yours. There was a perfectly painted, like Miyazaki food kind of painted, authentic ramen ma pot. And it had all the ramen in it, and the little egg sliced in half, and the little fish, you know, wafers and stuff. That was super good. I like that one. No line refresh is a full refresh. Yeah, of course. Skaven wasn't, Slaves wasn't, Seraphon wasn't. It's maybe a third, usually. If you're lucky, it's a full third. And a full third of our army is Finecast, so that's probably what it's going to be. Pirate factions when? Hopefully never. Pirates are overrated and dumb. There, I said it. I said it. Pirates are stupid. Just my opinion. Phaedros X. HeyWoah. HeyWoah enjoyer your content. Been listening for months. On end at work or while hobbying on the tail end of a Skaven army build. Only 6 Jezzails and 2 Warp Blastas left to build. I think you'll like Skaven this edition. I was just talking to somebody about how, I think it was Jupes, one of my mods, about how Skaven is, it's probably the best time to get into Skaven right exactly now. A whole bunch of their oldest, ugliest models just got upgraded. Their army building is no longer as adversarial as it used to be. I know everybody in 4th edition is complaining about how army building is more restrictive than ever. Open up the old Skaven books. I'm convinced the people who wrote those old Skaven battle tomes didn't actually want you to build an army. Like, so many rules, you have to care about all the clans, you can't use clan rats and this and that. It matters who your general is and what clan they're in. Just bingo and spaghetti everywhere. Ironically, I guess 4th edition, which everyone is complaining about the restrictive army building, has never been more free for Skaven. And it seems like you're just good. You're good and fun. The problem with Skaven is that if you mess up, you instantly die and lose the game. So there is a bit of a skill ceiling there. Or, I mean, a skill floor, I suppose. But that's fine, just play better next time, no big deal. Any faction can be pirates with a hat swap. Yeah, a hat swap, a little parakeet, something like that on the shoulder. HeyWoah, known thing disliker, strikes again. Yeah, I don't really like pirates. Not a fan. Same with ninjas. You'd like to try a big Samoan theme? I've seen 2 or 3 Samoan ogres. One of them leaning more into cartoony stuff. It had like crocodile riders and stuff like that, and the other one was more into like body paint, more like, I guess, quote-unquote realistic. Bunch of fire bellies and body paint and stuff like that. It was kind of cool. You're a big Ironjaws enjoyer. I've played 3 games of 4th. You're curious on your thoughts on Ironjaws. My only thoughts on Ironjaws are what come to me from others who play the army and play test it for the game. So I haven't looked, that's one of the faction focuses we haven't looked over yet. Or did we? Oh my god, my memory. Maybe we did. There's 26 of them. It's hard to keep track. Anyway, what do I think about them? Everyone says they're not good. They're too slow. Mighty Destroyers is exactly, perfectly not what you want in Ironjaws. What you want in Mighty Destroyers is to be able to move far, and you don't care about entering combat. What you got was 3 inches. but it can enter combat. So it was like the opposite of what everyone wanted. And it's one of those armies that I think requires way more heroes than you're kind of allowed to play this edition. It wants a bunch of little heroes, and that's kind of restrictive. Brutes do infinite damage, but just die. A bunch of other stuff does a lot of damage, but just dies. It seems like Ardboys are really strong. It's all over the place with Ironjaws. If you want to do a shitload of damage, please enjoy, because you will. Maw Crusher, Gordrak, still not really worth playing. Too slow, base is too big. Monsters kind of suck this edition. Unironically, a skill issue with Skaven. Yeah. But they wouldn't really have it any other way. Skaven players like that. They like rolling the die, and whatever happens, they get to do the thing, but their guy might blow up. They think that's funny. And it is funny. So I don't see a problem with it. Your play group used to be mostly 40k and kill team, and suddenly every table is playing Spearhead. Yeah, I've heard that nationwide. I have only basically heard complaints about 40k 10th edition. They say it's the worst edition ever, but I've been alive for a long time, and I've been aware of 40k for a long time, because it has permeated the culture. And in 2002, I remember people saying that the current edition of 40k was the worst one ever. And in 2014, I heard people saying that the current edition of 40k is the worst one ever. And now I hear the same thing. It doesn't mean it's not true, and it doesn't mean that each one weren't true. But Games Workshop did something they've never done before, and that's in-house, take seriously playtesting. They didn't do it, I don't think, really for 4th edition, but they did it for Spearhead, and it shows. Where's the FEC thumbnail art from? I ripped it out of a soul-bound PDF. And then inside the PDF there was a picture somewhere, and I ripped everything off and took the words out of it. And I'm not sure where else it appears. I did that a few years ago, and it was just sitting on my desktop still, because that's how I roll. And my thumbnails for the live streams are just random pictures on my computer that may or may not have anything to do with the stream. Ahem. Combat Chan, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Oh, converted from a prime into a tier 1? Swerved a left? Nice. Thanks for taking the exit. I appreciate it. Runs with Spoons, first time chatter. HeyWoah. Brand new to AOS, looking to get into IDK. Been binging your old streams while I work and love your channel. Thanks a lot, I appreciate it. Yeah, I put them all out there. You can watch anytime. I think IDK are pretty good right now. You could see them leaning into cavemen, like Gutbusters being 1 or 2 steps up from Bone Tomahawk tier Gorgers. I like Bone Tomahawk huge Gorgers. I really don't like that for Gutbusters, because they tried that with Bone Splitters, and everyone hated it. And to me, the caveman aesthetic is not interesting and bad. So I wouldn't like that, but I don't know, maybe other people might. I want them to have more technology. I want them to have more cannons. More cannons, bigger cannons, put some casino, slot machine, roulette stuff in there. Lean in. Yeah, more cooking, more culinary gut casting. More blood magic, you know, more healing, more biting and eating. More monstrous. Caveman aesthetic is too controversial. In what way? that it's stupid? I don't think. I mean, I think it was proven to not be popular with Bone Splitters, but maybe that's an orc thing. I just think it's so boring and like not cool. Actually, I don't think it's cool to have low technology. But that's because I guess I'm a human and our thing is technology. 10th isn't the worst, just a lot of flavor was lost. 10th has a lot of issues with oversimplification. AOS 4th shows a lot of what 10th could have been if it was done with care. Because 10th also, you know, lost some flavor and has a lot of simplification, but maybe not too much. 10th is bad, no casting spells anymore. AOS is clear. I heard that. Denise Gueltekin. I heard that. That there isn't even like a magic phase in 40. I don't play 40k. I think you guys have magic, right? Or is it all psychic powers? It might all be psychic powers, I'm not sure. Or they just kind of loose definition. But there isn't a phase for that. You just kind of use it in the shooting phase. That's hella boring. Where's the fun in that? Boo. Don't like it. I don't even play the game and that's stupid. HeyWoah wants space ogres. I mean, I'll take space ogres if you got them, but I've seen what Ogre-in look like in 40k, and you can have them back. Too close to being a Native American thing. Oh, okay. I don't mean to get into a whole cultural appropriation thing, but I think that's a silly concern on both halves of it. You did the end stage of 9th for the most part. There's a few tweaks that could have been done for polish, but it wasn't too bad casually. Okay. Gargants basically show off a caveman aesthetic, but they get away with it by being ludicrously huge. And other stuff, you know. AOS typically, especially where AOS is settled into, is benefiting from not being so single-minded. Like, what if this army was goblins except one culture? What if orcs were orcs except one thing? You know, they're pulling in a few different references now. You're never just one thing, to its benefit. Yeah, it's not over the top enough. They seem really against ogres having good shooting. Yeah, now they seemingly are against anyone having good shooting for the most part in 4th Ed. Some people still do, but largely what I've seen them do in 4th is make everybody's shooting pretty bad. So I guess they're kind of against good shooting in and of itself, unless that's simply your army's entire thing, you know. It's just unfortunate that ogres, so much of our models are devoted to shooting, and we were not the chosen ones. The last time ogres had good shooting was 1 month. 1 month of Noblars and Iron Blasters briefly, and then they changed the rules so you can't snipe heroes, and that army died. And the last time before that ogres had good shooting was 1st edition with Thunder Tusks. But everyone hated those. And so they passed a law that said Thunder Tusks must be bad for the next decade. And we're on year 7, so we're still going. Seeing AOS 4th compared to 40k 10th has made you want to start a Gloomspite Gits list. Been loving your channel and learn stuff. Hey, I appreciate it, Max the Beast. Please enjoy. Be sure to try before you buy. It's what I always say. Game's expensive and it takes longer to paint stuff up than just like buy cards or whatever. So get TTS and try before you buy. I don't even think GW loses money from me saying that, because you're gonna spend money on something. You're just trying to spend it right. Gargants have pieces of other armies all over them, which is sick. Yeah, I like that part. I wish they had 2 different leg poses. That's the main problem with that army. Whoever's decision it was not to give them 2 different leg poses almost ruined the army. And probably stop a lot of people from buying into it. Also, Ale Guzzler Gargants being so awful. Like, the army is 2 boxes and you couldn't even replace one of them. Yeesh. TTS makes you spend more in the long run. Yeah, well, that's the hook. Once you're a fan, you want to get your second army, maybe. It pays for itself. On their end and on your end. What does Broadcaster feel about 1K games currently? Completely pointless. But I used to think that too. Before. No reason to play a 1K game. Not balanced very well. Armies are too small. Now they invented a thing called Spearhead, which I would recommend you play if you want to play a small game. Play Spearhead. Spearhead's good, Age of Sigmar is good, and Age of Sigmar is 2,000 points. If you're thinking about trying a 1K game, just don't do it. Play Spearhead instead. It's good. They did a lot of like game designer work on that thing, and it shows. Outside of Ogres, are there other armies that are supposed to get refreshed soon? Probably Tzeentch. Now, I'm coming into it from a how old is your shit point of view, and that's not how they work. They have proven. They don't just go by the oldest or most in need, however you want to describe that. They choose based on, I don't know, tea leaves and randomness, I'm not sure. So, for me, I would say Ogre's next, because they still have Finecast. And it's the only Finecast for sale, I think, in Age of Sigmar. And you probably want to just be able to say that it's a plastic game. As a point of pride or something. After Ogres, probably Tzeentch has the oldest, shittiest looking stuff. If you have to choose a faction, right? If you could pick and choose here and there, I would say all the lesser demons. Right? Like Bloodletters, what are the poop guys? Plague Bearers in Nurgle, the Tzeentch Bubblegum Horrors, and the Slaanesh Daemonettes. All of the basic, like, demon troop options are all, like, embarrassingly bad looking and old. So, I would start there, maybe. Dryads are a good choice as well, Bad Ice, I think. The old metal horrors are good compared to the plastic. Maybe in a picture, I'm not sure about real life. They're real small. Blue horrors and the brimstones are actually new with AOS? Okay, well then fire whoever did that. Because they no longer have the it's really old excuse. And so I don't know what excuse you have left for doing such a bad job. The horrors are terrible, to me. People talking about models that have come out in my lifetime needing updates puts the fear of God in you. Well, I did do a video, which I think is one of my better videos on YouTube, called The Year is 1993. And it talks about the rat that they just retired, who they had been selling that exact one in metal still last year. And it came out in 1993. How likely do you think Gloomspite gets are to refresh? They did just get a big haul. If you're thinking about buying Spiderfang, don't. They're probably destined for the scrap heap. I think those guys are dead. But a lot of Gits is now pretty new. And you're probably mostly safe. Just steer clear of Spiderfang. Don't do it. There isn't too much there to even get you excited in any case, I don't think. They kind of retired a bunch of stuff from there. You think the Plague Bears look much worse than the Horrors? Their poses are so awful. They are bad, yes. They are bad. pour one out for our boy Skrolk. Yeah. That's a good shout. That's a good shout. The Stabba Shooters are 7th or 8th edition Warhammer Fantasy Battle. Yeah. They are little tiny triangles. Looks like more Wolf Rider stuff is coming for Gits. I resent that. I think they're wrong. Wolf riding... Skaven riding wolves is for Battles of Middle-earth. Or maybe Warhammer Fantasy Battle. In AOS, we already have mounted Gits. And they're on squigs. Put them on squigs. I fundamentally disagree with the Wolf Rider stuff. The models look good. They're good models. They look cool. I just think they're tonally completely wrong for the game. What are we expecting for the Skaven reveal? Not sure. I'm looking forward to it in any case. Maybe Clan Eshin stuff. They kept the monkey guys, I think, to everyone's shock and horror. I'm looking forward to it. As soon as they said, like, alright, Stormcast or Skaven, who's gonna win? I'm like, Skaven is gonna demolish. Skaven is gonna demolish Stormcast. And sure enough, speaking of, this Saturday, 11 a.m. Central, I don't know what time around you guys, but they will be doing a reveal event, and I will be restreaming it live. I don't know that I'll have a bingo card ready, we'll see. But it's always fun to do a reaction to. They will definitely show those 2 leaked models and pretend it's still news. Oh, maybe, yeah. If their show was done, what are they gonna redo the entire show?
So fucking big. I'm sorry, my dude, but you're huge.
So fucking big. Warbear, thanks for the 500 bits. I appreciate it. Funny meme. You hit a good one. The memes are random. You just remember about the elvish side of COS, which are probably the next oldest stuff. Oh, I forgot about those. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about those. What I really would like to see, and I actually don't know if they're going to do it or not. I'm the most excited for the Dwarven side of COS. Because there's like a few options. They might just be dumping all the non-humans out of Cities of Sigmar, which to me would be a shame. Because I thought the Melting Pot was a cool... what would you call it? Finally an interesting idea in the whole elf and dwarf dynamic, which always has to be elves and dwarves hate each other, ha ha, fantasy racism. I'm so bored of that. And it was cool that you had a melting pot that did so by being forced to, because otherwise they would die because chaos took over the whole world. That was cool. I would like to see dwarves get that full Cities of Sigmar brand new treatment. It'd be super cool. Same with the elves as well. But I don't know if they're going to be there or if they're going to get dropped. I guess there's a lot of people on knife's edges here. And some of them I think are going, and some of them I'm not sure. I don't think ogres are going, but I've been surprised before. I think you can give it a 50-50 for the dwarves in COS. I think it's a little less likely for elves in COS, and I think Spiderfang are just out of here in the future. So, you know, just give them percentages or something like that. At Poorhammer, when HeyWoah guest episode? Poorhammer, huh? I mostly just say yes when people ask me to be on their show for the most part. I don't know. Usually people don't ask, and so I don't have to bother with it. I don't typically like people being on my show because it's annoying to get the audio working. And I'm not a good interviewer in any case. I'm not built for interview shows, I don't think. Or maybe I would be if I practiced more, I'm not sure. I just like chilling. I almost can't say that anymore, because I've been having a lot of TTS games, which necessarily needs somebody on Discord for it, and I've been doing the TTRPG radio show, kind of a radio play almost, with the Rifts one 2 Thursdays ago, and the Rifts one this Thursday, with Jupes, CJ Obusta, and Vince Venturella coming at you live. It'll be a fun time. You know, some might disagree, but you really like how COS went from fantasy leftovers to its own new distinct thing. I really like that too. That's what Age of Sigmar, the story of it, is. It started out as fantasy leftovers, and then they slowly became their own thing. And their own thing is way better than what fantasy leftovers were, to me. Yeah. And you can't be fantasy leftovers forever. You gotta understand, you gotta kind of know that. You can't just be a big grab bag filled with Chess X dice and a mug for $1 that you can scoop up however many dice you want and then you own them, right? You can't just be a containment zone for the oldest, shittiest models from old game forever. They are going to need to be, 1, interesting, which they weren't, and 2, to be kind of AOSified. Sputterfang might only be doing a bit better than BOC and Bone Splitters. Not according to the stats, no. BOC is outdoing real armies. There's more Beasts of Chaos than there are Fire Slayers, for instance. Bone Splitters are getting shit on, obviously. But Sputterfang are essentially non-existent. One of the most fun things about Warcry was the melting pot diversity of the Varan Spire, including things like elves and dwarves. Oh. Warcry. Hey, Will, my people will call you your big people and beg for you to teach us about AOS or Rifts. Yeah, sure. Yeah, no problem. I've been on Warhammer Weekly with Vince a whole bunch. I was on Doom and Darkness a few times. Back when he was doing it, I was on AOS Coach a few times. I'll go on people's shows, no big deal. The best way to contact me is via Discord DM. I don't check anything else. In fact, sometimes I check Twitter DMs and someone had sent me something over a year ago, and then I'm like, hey, no thanks, but sorry. And the fucking Twitter DMs are bullshit anyway. They hide half of them from you if you don't pay. And I ain't paying for that website, that's for fucking sure. I don't know what you guys do over at Poorhammer, really. Judging by your name, it appears that if you're in some sort of Warhammer, but maybe affordable. Is it 40k or AOS, or just kind of a both of those things? I apologize. I don't watch a lot of Warhammer content, which it maybe is weird for a Warhammer content creator to say. But I do a lot of work preparing for my own stuff, and then when I'm at work, I like to watch big titty fucking goth VTuber like Lena Lazar stuff, and like VTubers and speeches or presentations about history or some scientific thing, you know. And so I'm not like super into other Warhammer content too much. When I watch it, I like it, but it's not something I'm like diving in all the time. He's based. What index is on deck? Well, last time I promised something and I followed through big. And I think I told you guys to remind me. And this time I really did forget. So I don't know what I promised. Something. We're doing another 1 or 2 tonight. Have you gotten a chance to try out Spearhead at all? Yes. What's your thought on the mode? I played 2 games of Spearhead. I really enjoyed myself. It's a good game mode. It handles battle tactics better than the main game does. And you could tell they really play tested it. Instead of really playtesting 4th edition. They had to choose one, and they chose Spearhead, and it shows. Spearhead's very nice. I don't ever want to play it again. But not because it isn't good. I just don't give a shit about 1K games I want to play with big armies that I chose my guys for. It's the me choosing the list and the big armies that I like, and Spearhead has neither of those 2 things. It's a very good game mode, though, and it's very good for the game, in quotes. Like, they needed an on-ramp that wasn't shit. And Path to Glory is shit for new players, because it's 50% extra rules out of nowhere, and it's not balanced. And 1K was shit. They needed an on-ramp for new players, and Spearhead is exactly it. So it's very good for the game. I liked it. I won't be playing it again. So there's the entire diatribe there. The irony of you saying that when it took years to convince you to make the Discord. It did take years to convince me to make the Discord, and I didn't make the Discord. Some fans did. What was it? I think Frank on the Rocks was the person to create the Discord in the first place. And a few others. And so once there was an unofficial Discord with my name on it, I'm like, well, shit, fine. I guess I have to. And now I have to be responsible for this goddamn thing. Speaking of, join it. It's great. Warhammer is a good bit of amusement in a podcast. Nice. Is this going to be one of those YouTube things? I'm old, you see. So, a lot of times, somebody's like, hey, have you seen this person? I'm like, no, I don't. I've never heard of that person. And I click on them, and they have like 100 gorillion subscribers. And I'm once again kind of amazed that there are all these humongous ass people that I've never heard of, right? What it means to be out of touch. Is that going to be like this? Is Poor Hammer huge? Are they Big Hammer? It's not weird to say that in our experience, most people make content in a hobby area, never watch stuff in that same pool. You're a known weirdo for being into a bunch of Warhammer content. Oh, no, that's good. I too am a known weirdo, so no big deal. You think they have 100K? That's pretty big, yeah. That's pretty big. My YouTube channel has like 25,000 or something like that. But it's because I don't tell people to like and subscribe, and I only upload once every 4 years, I think. But enough with the excuses. That's pretty big. You found HeyWoah from a Poor Hammer shoutout? Oh shit. The system works. Is the Spearhead play in a lunch break real or a meme? It is obviously a meme. Unless you're talking about like an Italian lunch break or something. You can tell sometimes the GW stuff comes from a European perspective. I don't know how long you guys' lunch breaks are over there. But in America, we have none, maybe 15 minutes, sometimes a half an hour. Legally, it's something, but they don't really follow that, depending on what state you're in. But it is a brisk play, which is the idea that they were trying to get across, if not the letter of what they said. It is a brisk play experience. So fair enough. And it probably does take only like an hour if you're both really familiar with it. If that's your lunch break to you, then hey, congratulations. Why is Spearhead a good thing for the game? Because it's nice to have an on-ramp for new players. People new to the game. It's good to have a smaller game mode that you can play quickly and easily, but also in a fun way. And just get some games in a low points value that's half as expensive or less as the real game. That kind of thing is good. You want on-ramps for new people. Make it as easy as possible to pick the thing up. That's why it's good for the game. Just joined the Discord myself and put my Grom paint job in the hobby channel. Nice. So many new people ask about small scale. Yeah, to me it's weird. To me, it's weird. But it's so many people. I mean, I'm kind of... I'm exposed to a lot of new players. Especially back when I was making really huge YouTube videos. And I was shocked, and I couldn't understand. So many new people are just like, what's a good way to start? What's a small scale game? You know, what kind of low points value? I'm trying to make a 500 point army. I'm trying to make a 600 point army. I'm doing a grow league. What's a 1K? And I'm like, you people are crazy. Who the fuck looks at chess and they're like, I want to play chess? Now, what's a type of chess I can play with 4 pawns, a queen, a king, and 1 rook? Why would you do that? You want to play chess? Just play chess. What's the problem? Why are we chopping this in half? Just play the game. I can't wait to not play the game. To me, it's nuts. Didn't make any sense to me. It's budget related. Maybe. No, I don't think so. I don't think it is. Maybe it kind of is, but I don't think it really is. I think it's a fake budget issue. When I got into Age of Sigmar, I wanted to play 2,000 point games because that was the game. And so I spread the cost of it out across a year. I bought a thing in a month and I painted it up. I bought another thing in a month, I painted it up, and so on and so forth. And then at the end of the year, I had 2,000 points. Alright, I can wait. Just do that. Tabletop Simulator is $25. You can play Age of Sigmar for the rest of your life for $25. I don't think it's a money issue. You're supposed to see there's the production triangle, right? You can make something good, fast, and cheap, but you can only choose 2. And so if you want something fast and good, it will be expensive, like buying a 2,000 point army by swiping your credit card 1 time. If you want something good and cheap, it won't be fast. Collect it over the course of a year, 1 at a time. Find a deal on Facebook, this and that. You can only choose 1 in manufacturing. Okay, well mine comes from film, so yeah, fair enough. In manufacturing, you only choose 1 and it's cheap, yeah. That is a good meme. And the way the film industry has gone, I think they're moving towards only choosing 1 as well. Retailers can confirm the best thing for them is to be able to point a single product for new customers to buy, and then they can start playing. Yeah, not 2 books, 5 different units. What kind of army are you trying to build? Ooh, you might want this, you might not want that. Just, oh, you want to play this? Buy this 1 thing. Just herd the customers towards 1 box. It's super good for retailing as well. Here's an awesome game. You should play it. In a year isn't a great pitch. That's the game. You know, you assemble models with your hands. Put them together, customize them. This takes a while. You paint every guy. You paint like 100 guys with a paintbrush. If you want instant gratification, you've chosen the wrong game. It's like you bought a boat building kit. And you're like, fuck, I wish I had a boat right now. Bro, you can buy a boat if you want, but you chose the game that is building a boat. I don't know. You can buy a magic card and just play it right away, but, you know. This thing is like building, you know. It takes a while. A lot of people would like to play a thing in like a month. Sure, yeah, for sure. Then they'll pay for it. Again, the whole, like, I want to play 2K and a lot of people don't. That was me, like, explaining how all of these people feel this way. They're not wrong, I don't think, to feel that way. They just do. And I didn't really understand it, you know. Which is why Spearhead is good. Did you know that the rules work equally well on a gray plastic model as on a model with an incredible paint job? I disagree. I don't think they do. Something is missing to me. I don't judge people for it, really, because it's kind of silly to do that. But there is some kind of just a little bit of magic about a fully painted army versus a fully painted army. And the real trick is I don't think the game's quite good enough to hold up without that magic. Some games are so good that they would hold up, even without all the decoration and pomp and circumstance of it. I don't think the core rules of any GW game even approaches that. You need that community and silly stuff and art and customization and physicality of it. But that's just my opinion. You could always buy a painted and built army.
Job,
True.
King.
Yeah, if you're super rich, you could just buy the thing. Festering Pickle thinks it's tier 1 for 27 months. Greys don't have the soul. Maybe unironically the soul meme, I guess, yeah. That's why I focus on the things like trying before you buy. Playing TTS if you can, stuff like that. I'm trying to stop people from making an incorrect purchase. As to how you can afford it, that's your life, you know. Do what you want. Sometimes the models are not beautifully painted, dead end. You know, I've seen... Hell, I've created some bad paint jobs in my day. I've made some real bad paint jobs that I've given up on and had to paint over entirely. I've seen full armies painted very badly. Mistakes everywhere. All the colors clash. Just low quality. And yet, there is something to a completed work that you have done. You did something and you finished it with your bare hands. And yeah, the quality isn't as good as somebody else's, but it's yours and you did that. I think that is a little special. And it's paint. You can always paint over it. I think it's nice for the hobbling and the playing to feed into each other. Rushing the hobby to play is a bit of a non-starter. I generally move people away from it, but I mean, there are people who don't much care for the hobby part. They actually really like the game. And you might as well do what you like, you know? It's your money. Spend it how you want it. It's your time. Spend it how you want it. Even a rough slap job? Yeah, sure, just don't call it that. I don't like that term. Slap chop is a cooking utensil from an infomercial that was really funny. I don't know why people call contrast over whatever the isometric thing is. Why do they call that slap chop? You don't slap nor chop it. It has nothing to do with it. There's got to be an etymology to this thing that I'm just unaware of. I don't think it's a good name. That name already exists for something else. And it's funny and it's its own independent meme, right? It's just kind of underpainting. And dry brushing and stuff. You made some quote-unquote bad choices when you were getting started, but it was basically just buying the models for RPGs, so you weren't thinking about it. Yeah, no big deal. You think Honest Wargamer coined it? Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Mr. HeyWoah, if I may ask a magic question. Sure. You've been playing Commander with Gobolins. My current commander is Krenko. I'm assuming the mob boss, the one that taps to double your tokens. You're liking it, but it feels like kind of outgrowing its teaching style. Any other not ungodly expensive suggestions? Must they pertain to goblins? This is a really, really open question. There's like 30,000 legendary creatures. Do you mean goblins? Add another color in there. Bogart Auntie is kind of cool. She interacts with instants and sorceries, but it would change the way that you build the deck. There's another type of, what is his name? Not Murdoch. Mudrux or some idiot for 6 that pulls a bunch of goblins out of your deck. Puts them down after a wrath, maybe. Jund Goblin Bros are fun, yeah. Put in Perforos if you're nasty. I like Perforos. Slapchop was supposed to make you mad. That was the point. Mad? Huh, okay. Mad. Because it's an already existent name, you mean? Or... I don't understand. David Candy. Thanks for the $10, dude. I appreciate it. I'm gonna click like. Apparently you can click like on these things. Oh man, thanks for the $10. Speaking of spending the money foolishly, I am taking a Skaven army to Nova. 1 Claw Lord. 120 Clan Rats. Another Claw Lord. Another 80 Clan Rats. And then 20 Clan Rats. Oh. Man, I kept reading that and it just kept going. I wonder if I would be able to even physically produce enough damage to beat that army. I don't think I could. Anyway, it seems like you like something and you're going for it, which is always good. Please enjoy the 200 rats. 360 painted clan rats. Jesus. I probably couldn't beat that, but it would not upset me. I should have thought of that when I was building my army, right? Good work. A man of culture. Probably because it's quick and easy like Slapchop. Okay. I guess. It would have been better if the name had any relation to Warhammer, I guess, but if it's supposed to make you upset, I guess fair enough. You've heard goblins with big dragons can work? Not really. In my head anyway, unless there's a specific one you're thinking of. Prosh technically creates goblins. No, he creates kobolds. Never mind. I think those two things are a little different. What I would suggest for you, Orterius, is that you've done Babby's first commander, which is tribal. Expand out. There's more to the game than just creature types and cards they printed so that you, being on that creature type, can play that card, right? Do something they didn't expect. But I am a known tribal deck hater, so take that context as how you would. Rob was obsessed with the infomercials in the run-up to making that tutorial. Everything he does is to disrupt the Warhammer YouTube cabal. He is the YouTube cabal. What do you mean? Just deploying the models with a bucket and spade, yeah. Like it takes out some Tupperware and just overturns it, clan rats spilling everywhere. I think that's cool. I think that's fun. It's a comp player trying to annoy the hobby side of the community. Oh, because it's like... Hold on, I'm getting it now. I understand. It's like contrast paint over and then just dry brushing. Like it's fast and easy. And so the stuffy, try to make things look good hobby side, like, you know, Four Seasons starts playing in the background, you know, Vivaldi, and they're like, oh, the commoners are painting quickly. Is it that? Is that the angle? I don't think people who care about the hobby are like that, but maybe that's the dynamic they were going for. Brother, people have been dry brushing stuff for 45 years. Not everything is the lows versus the highs. Ask any hobby person who takes it seriously, and they'll tell you that dry brushing is a very important technique to learn. And it's really good. I don't know. You don't have to fight each other. You can do high quality slap chop, of course, because it's just 3 techniques that are great. And you can use them in a bunch of good ways. They're just good techniques. They're nice tricks. You can do a real shit job of them and have the thing look bad, or you can do a real good job of them and have the thing look good, and neither of the two take too much longer than each other. All right. What's a slamp chomp? The slap chop technique dates back to the Renaissance. Yeah, for sure. You think it's a little video for comp players who don't like the hobby so much to teach them a quick and easy way to paint their stuff? Yeah, that would be it. You know, when you search for like Commander, right? There's a million videos. How do you make the most powerful deck for the cheapest cost, right? How do you master this game the fastest with the least effort? What's the easiest, most overpowered build that I can copy to be really good in Elden Ring? Like, that's like the thing that the people want. And if to find out what the people want, you give the people what they want. I want to paint a really good army, really cheap and as fast as possible. That would be like the most viral kind of thing that I could think of, you know. So all that stuff makes sense to me. Meanwhile, me, a professional, hiding tiny slambos everywhere on your minis, yeah. No one has ever noticed? No. Not even once? Jesus. I mean, if you slap chop your models, they're not gray anymore. That's a win in my book. I don't find it to be quite so adversarial. I just think the name's dumb. Because it was already a thing. I don't have an opinion really on the painting method. Maybe it spiraled out of hand.
Good job, King.
Mad Yee, Tier 1. Speaking of powerful hobby people, thanks for the 41 months. Hey, would you miss? Good meme. Just an hour and 12, no big deal. Hey, if you want to learn some advanced painting techniques, such as dry brushing and painting with oils, Matt Yeet. on Twitch. If you don't like slap chop, you could just call it painting, I suppose so. He's got a studio with an open sign. And Matt Yeet. Oh no. I'm out of NOS. And so the energy level is going to go down from 2 out of 100 to 1 out of 100 pretty soon. I'm going to get a drink. Get up and stretch your legs if you feel like it. Before I do though, let's make sure. Where are we on the Switz Walk? Literally 1 minute from the end. Oh, the perfect timing. Dude, imagine. I'm going to toss a commercial at you. But good talk, and we will revisit this when I return. Not Slap Chop specifically. I'm so sick of talking about that. It was an offhanded comment, and now everyone's talking about it. I think I see what the problem is. Anyway, BRB, please enjoy a commercial. But which one? You know, Mr. Owl. How about Mr. Owl?
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the
Queen.
Let's find out.
Let your fingers do the walking.
I'm Mr. Buckets. Toss your balls in my top. I'm Mr. Buckets.
What do you get when you press on a can of Noxema?
Great balls of comfort.
You get
I can't believe I ate that whole thing.
Oh, where have I heard that before?
Unjustifiably in a position that I'd rather not be in.
I'm calling paramedics and your family, Mr. Miller.
You can make this creamy cheese sauce in seconds with American cheese and
Cream.
mushroom Lipton cup of soup. And you thought cup of soup just made soup.
Oh, yeah. Cream in the World Wrestling Federation. And there is
More real meat. You'll be glad we made him taste better. And so will he.
And so will he.
With Klondike ice
cream.
bars, you get big servings, big taste, big
Cream.
imagine
5 big,
Moist, delicious.
ounces of big
Hot.
ice
Cream.
and a coating made with
Beautiful.
Milk.
Chocolate. So you can
Pour.
big
Cream.
Like I've never had it.
Klondike. Big bar, big
Cream.
Cream. Alright. Now, we had finished with Buern. Ahem. Ooh, a cross-platform hello? Nice. Vote now on your phones. Yeah, what kind of GA are we thinking? What did I say last time? I remember saying something last time, right? We did Flesh Eater Courts and KO. So I'm looking over here now. Which ones haven't I done? I haven't done Fireslayer's Corn. Stormcast. We did Skaven. I put it in A. It's nice. Nurgle, LRL, Seraphon, IDK, SBGL, Kuel Boys, Nighthaunt. We did Ogre. Did SOB, KO, Ogres. Has Doc been? We didn't do Doc, no. Oh, we only did half of Cruel Boys, you're right. You vote Fireslayers, maybe Cities. Strap in to do the absolute marathon that is Cities. Polish Off Destruction, Maggotkin. Night Hound. By the way, Sylvaneth isn't bad. Report. What do you have to report? Why didn't we finish Crew Boys? Oh, that was the day the stream went down, I think. Trees feel a little restrictive, but you'll get a bunch down. Shooting very good. Kurnoth, very good. Okay, so same as it ever was, kinda. Vote for our short orange kings. Teleports and healing top you off. Drop them off and top them off. Teleports and healing, huh? Belthanos is your auto take, and then you take it from there. Yeah, I think I concur. This isn't a democracy. This is a public opinion poll. However, in my beneficence, I think I agree. I like Fire Slayers, and I like finishing Cruel Boys after the stream went down. So let me open up a few of these books and switch scenes, and we'll get right into it. All right. The Cool Boys. I remember we talked about Gobsporak. We did that. Thick boy stream. Is Zinj going to be the same as last edition where you don't really know what is happening while your opponent just rolls dice? Yeah. But that's what they're supposed to do. That is the way of things. Anyway, I looked at this guy last time. I thought he was cool. He dies real easy, but he does cool things. Kill a boss on Corpse Rip of Vulture. We went over this guy. The redeploy thing is very strong. How much was Gobsprak? 380. That's a hell of a lot. Are people playing Gobsprak? 400 seems like a lot for anything with a 5-up save at all in the entire game. That's my hesitation. He's a double wizard. That's great. Strangle Hex is cool. Mork Says No is cool. Screaming Hex once per battle is cool. Like, he's just cool. He does cool things. But 400, that's a lot. Kill a boss on Corp Richa Vulture. 290. What do you do? You have a redeploy trick, which is really strong. If you charged, you do the exact same Beast Claw rule they took from us. Hey, alright. Nope. No thanks. Kill a boss on Great Nash Tooth. No, because you can get a double wizard for 120 in the same army. Okay, that makes sense. While this unit is contesting an objective you do not control, I'd want to hit rolls for infantry wholly within 12. Okay. A 3-up save. Big save. Hey, I thought crew boys didn't have good saves in their army. All part of the plan, your hero phase. Pick another friendly crew boys unit within 9. Add 3 to the control score. Meh. Actually, maybe not meh. Maybe that's good in their army, I'm not sure. I don't think he does enough synergy to want to play him. Who's free? Stabgrot guy is free. He's the mob wrangler. Nash 2 isn't worth the drop. I was basically about to say that in this edition, we've never been so hostile to heroes that don't do anything, you know? And this is a game where we have always been very hostile to heroes that don't do anything. It's kind of weird we still haven't cracked that code exactly. One would think, what if the heroes did something? What if you just didn't make heroes that don't do something? That's one option. There's a bunch of other ones. So kill a boss with a Stabgrot. This is the free man. The Gordon free man. Stabgrot's a token. Once per battle, you can unleash the Stabgrot. The wolves with bees in their mouth. Pick one of the following effects. Pick an enemy in combat with this unit to be the target. Or you can choose a 5-up ward. It's that one. Okay, so once a game, he can get a 5-up ward. But only in combat. That's funny. But what do? You declared the all-out attack command for a friendly Krulboy's infantry unit. If this unit is wholly within 12 of the unit using all-out attack, add 1 to wound rolls as well. Strong. Okay. You don't cast spell. Wait, hold on. Can you make a guy a wizard in this army? This is very important, actually. Oh, neat. Ah, here we go. This is the one. We found it. So, now that we know that you can make a wizard. No, you can't make a wizard. It's just unbind. Rip. Alright. So you can't actually create a wizard. I needed to know that because as I'm looking over the heroes, I have to know if you can turn them into a wizard or not. So I can evaluate them to see whether it's possible to take them. The fact that you get +1 power level for your wizard is huge, but it means that Stabgrot guy, this is a strong effect. I don't know if you're taking a non-wizard. +1 to hit and wound is cool, but Merc Knob, actually what do you cost? What do you cost? Kill a boss with Stabgrot. And he's technically free. 130, okay. Yeah, no Arcane Tome here. Merc Knob with Belchabana. Friendly Krulboy units have 6-up ward while they're wholly within 12. It's alright. Wrath of the Mire Drakes. Pick each enemy unit in combat with this unit to be the targets in a combat phase. Do 1 mortal damage. Okay. 120. Maybe? For your squad that you want to give a 6-up ward to? Swamp Kala Shaman. Wizard 1. Looks like Gul'dan. He has the Elden Finger. This unit's Potgrot is a token. Add 1 to casting rolls for this unit while its Potgrot is on the battlefield. Sick. Nice. Nice. If you make an unmodified casting roll of 4 or less, it die. Okay. And then once per turn army your hero phase. No more doubling up on these guys. Cruel Boy's infantry holy within 12 on a 3-up. Add 1 to save rolls for the target. That's crazy. +1 to save rolls is really good. Everybody lost that. Kinda. What do you cost, Swamp Kala Shaman? Alright. Nice and cheap. Ooh, hold on. Your hero phase only. It just got 10 billion times worse. It just got so much worse, I'm actually looking for a different wizard now. And he does have +1 to cast, though. You can give +1 save using a spell, too. Oh no, your unlimited spell is really bad. That's too bad. Yeah, your unlimited spell sucks. Choking Fug. -1 attacks characteristics, strong. And a good range too, 18. Mork's Cunnin. Pick a friendly Cruel Boy's Wizard. Holy 12, +1 save rolls. Great, okay. How many times will I look at this artifact? So power level 2 +1 to cast, and 2 different ways to get +1 to saves, although only one of those ways is good. Swamp Kala is back on the menu. Double caster at potentially +1. The fact that this only works on your turn, boo, but he's cool. What else we got? Goat Rippers. Check the -1 attacks again. It's Holy Within. Is it really? Holy Within. Alright. It got 80% worse, but it's still a good spell. Now that you can cast on your opponent's turn, the Holy Within enemy target stuff got a lot better. In my IMO. Got Rippers. Sticka or Hacka. Just terrifically bad attacks, but it doesn't matter. You're just fishing for crit mortals. Right? Which actually makes the +1 to hit and wound like not as great. I mean, it's okay, but your attacks themselves are so shit, you're really just looking for the mortals. 3-up, subtract 1 from hit rolls for attacks made by non-hero units that target this unit for the rest of the turn. That's actually really good. Scare Tactics is very good. I kind of lose to that. I don't have a way to stop this. I'm hitting on 5s now. Okay. You get 10 of them. They got all the fixins. You make 21 attacks, and you're looking for crit mortals. And sometimes your opponent just whiffs all his shit because he hits on 4s. They're 170 for 10. Okay. Yeah, they're great. I actually like them a lot. What's 41 divided by 6? Like 7-ish. Just a bunch of mortals and then some really shitty attacks that'll just do something afterwards. I like it. Yeah, 5-up mortals, damage 2, which makes the crit mortal do 2. Gut Rippers look great. I mean, they explode if anyone hits them, but they have a built-in ability that might stop them from being exploded, perhaps. Kind of nice. Good work. Cruel Boys Monster Killers. You get 7 of them. And they have 3 attacks a model. 4s and 3s, 1/1, anti-monster, rend, and also crit mortal. The bait and trap. Pick an enemy monster in combat with this unit. Add 1 to the roll if the target is damaged. On a 3-up, target has strike last for the rest of the turn. Actually a big deal. I don't think monsters are particularly good this edition. But if you want to make them feel worse, take them. Once per turn, reaction to an opponent declaring a rampage for an enemy monster within 6 of it. Not even against them, just near them. Roll a die on a 2-up, the rampage just doesn't work. Okay, sure. How much are these idiots? Monster killers. 120 for 7. Hey, alright. These guys are nice with it. Are these a weird squad that can't be reinforced? They are. I saw 7 and I'm like, 7's a weird number. Maybe they can't be reinforced. Monster killers are actually just like very equivalent to gut rippers. They're just cheaper. 3 attacks a model. These are very... The anti-monster stuff is like really good, but it probably hardly ever matters. But it doesn't look like you're paying many points for it. You know what I mean? I guess they're not as good at objectives because there's fewer of them. They actually compete with gut rippers straight up, and then they have this monster stuff essentially for free. I like them. I like monster killers. Alright, you guys are cool. They die real easy? Well, for sure. Yeah, the whole... I mean... 5 up, right? The guy they're comparing to also die real easy, though. Seems to be what you do. You die easy. Yeah, and if you're... Whenever your opponent randomly has a monster... they're suddenly really concerned about this random unit. And they're gonna have to be, like, kind of playing around it. And you don't give a shit. Which is cool. Swamp Boss Scumdreck. Named character detected. Not a wizard. No ward. Am I even gonna read it? Sure. You have some attacks. Crit mortals on this one, but the other ones are... stinky companion attacks. Ew. Pick a friendly unit. Rest of the battle, the target's slit on knives have crit mortal while they're wholly within 12. Okay, so this makes Hobgrot Slitters able to, like, do damage. But everybody else gets crit mortal for free, and I'm not trying to take this guy just to turn them on unless that combo is, like, insane. Even if it is, like, I don't think it could work out. Bet Master. Add 1 to wound rolls for... I don't care about wound rolls. I'm looking for crit mortals. Thanks. Aggravate wounds. Once per turn army, end of any turn. Pick any monster in combat with this unit? Probably not. Roll a number of dice equal to the number of damage points the target has. For each 5, 1 more. Okay. What if this guy costs more than 100? No, I'm kidding. 260? Nope. I actually don't even know what points value I was expecting to see. But, like, gut rippers and monster killers are good, and then you apply buffs to them to make them great. I'm not trying to put Hobgrot Slitters on a pedestal. Snatch a boss on Sludge Raker Beast. 14-4-8. No ward, not a wizard. Has some attacks, I guess. The bite's alright. Sludge Raker Venom, your hero phase. Pick a friendly non-hero Cruel Boys unit within 12. And then roll a die on a 2-up. Add 1 to damage or the... Oh, okay. Auto-take. Yep, auto-take. It only fails on a 1. It's not a spell. It's not a command point. Pretty generous range. Increases the amount of mortals you do. This is This is the guy. This is the guy that you build your whole army around. And then what else does he do? Once per turn army, end of any turn. Pick an enemy unit that had any damage points allocated to it this turn by this unit's combat attacks. Okay. D3, 2 up, inflict an amount of mortal damage, and then also subtract 1 from rules until the starting next. Good. That's a good rampage if you're ever in combat. Okay. So snatch a boss on Sludge Raker Beast. Whatever his points are, I'm auto-including him as the first unit in my army. 320? Sure. Yep. Unless I read like 500 or something, he's in. Yeah, you're in. Kid, you're in. Marshcrawler Slogoth. Look at this dude, he's feeling it. Absolutely feeling it. 10, 4, 6? 6 pretty slow. 0 damage. On the march. While they're wholly within 12 of it, Kruleboy's infantry can run and charge. Alright. It's a good buff. And then it heals. Which... it's possible to get this guy to a value between 0 and 10, I guess. If this guy's a hero, no. If he is a non-hero, then yes. Maybe. Slogoth. 190 is a lot, though. Maybe still no. I don't know. I like run and charge on all your infantry. I like how it just works. You don't have to roll for it. However, he is doing positively nothing else. Ever. So there is that. And he's not a hero, which is good. But also, I guess you're just paying 190 for run and charge on probably one guy a turn. That's like a list building thing. When you're building a list and playing the army, you'll have to determine whether this guy's worth it or not. My money's on probably not, but maybe. Maybe it is worth it. If you want to create a missile, yeah, like you said. He's a maybe to me. If he was a hero who only did that, it would be a hard no. So, we're kind of, I don't know. Break a boss. Oh, the Master Blaster. Yeah, the fun guy. This guy was fun. 12, 4, 5. Guy's actually kind of a fighter. Allocate D3 damage to this unit. For each damage point allocated to this unit, add 2 to the attack's characteristics. That's funny. I noticed that it's not a may. There's no declare, it simply happens. Can you choose not to? I don't think you can choose not to. There's no you can. But there's also not a you must. There's just effect. Anyway. And he start a turn regenerates. So it's unlikely that he'll kill himself, but he still might. Tear limb from limb, once per turn army, end of any turn. Pick an enemy infantry. If the roll exceeds the unit's health carrot, okay, slain outright. Got it. I don't think there's any room for fun heroes this edition. You can't do that. That's not allowed. 220? No. No. Nope. You need synergy guy and wizard and stuff like that. Fun is not allowed in 4th. You can't. Not for the points and not for the drop, probably. I would like to be wrong. So if there's a Kruleboy's player who's like, no, everybody runs this. Everybody runs this melee foot assassin with move 5 who isn't a wizard and has no synergy. I would first question that, but, you know, weirder things have happened. Infantry champion musician, standard bearer, Hobgarat. No mortals underneath the ability over here, therefore we skip. Unless these guys are what, like 80 for 10 or something? Are these just chaff? Do you play chaff in this army? Probably. 10 for 100. I guess they are just chaff. Alright. It's a thing that dies and has 0 redeeming effects whatsoever. Sometimes that's worth it for armies to play. Man Skewer Bolt Boys. Each time this unit uses a Chouette ability, pick either the Hasty Shot or Aim Shot. 12-2-4-3-1-2 crit auto wound, or Man Skewer 18-1-3-3-2-2 crit auto wound. And they still do crit mortals in melee. If this unit is not moved, add 1 to hit rolls. Cool. Three for 110, huh? Three threes and threes, 2-2 is like just barely not quite enough, I don't think. Having some sort of shooting is cool. 3 for 110. I don't know. It's the unit, it's the type of unit that almost seems worth it, maybe. This is the kind of guy that I bet, like, the better you are as a player, the more you play, like, 1 or 2 units of to just, like, do stuff. You want to snipe endless spells or something, I don't know. I think you could do it. Like, there are no, you know, there are no long strikes and there are no, rat snipers or anything like that, but they perform damage, and you want ranged even if they're not doing mortals, right? I like them. I think I like them. Maybe I'm a noob, but I kind of like the Bolt Boys. You certainly don't spam them like you used to, but I could see like one unit that's just kind of doing stuff. Beast Skewer Killbow. 24-inch, 2 attack, 4s and 2s, 2d6. Anti-monster rend. Auto wound. Auto wound with 2s to wound is kind of annoying, but okay. For the rest of the turn, the damage characteristic of the unit's bolt is 6 if it targets a monster. Alright. It looks sick, doesn't it? If this unit is not moved, add 1 to hit rolls. Hell yeah. That's actually a good bonus, considering their range is so good. Beast Skewer Killbow. The fact that you can 2-shot many monsters with this thing is kind of funny. This thing, it's basically an Iron Blaster. It's slightly worse because its damage characteristic is worse, but it's better because it gives itself a free +1 to hit, and it auto 6s monsters, and it has a better range by a lot. It doesn't have the short range shots. So it's basically an Iron Blaster. Yeah, a fragile Iron Blaster. With random damage. And the Iron Blaster is 240, and I'm not trying to take that. What's the Beast Skewer Killbow? 160, okay. Maybe. I don't know. You could do it. I wouldn't do both of these two things, probably, but... Plus, you always have this in your back pocket. Killbows are just a bit too pricey versus Bolt Boys now. Yeah, a lot of anti-monster silver bullets in the edition where monsters kind of blow, but that's fine. Gordrak, the Fist of Jork. Oh, we're on to Ironjaws now. Okay, never mind. We finished. I thought there would be more. Beastgear Killbow. Probably not worth taking. But it's pretty decent at what it does. Mansgear Bolt Boys. I kind of like them. Just to... I don't know. You just want to reach out at 18. Sometimes even 12. And just pepper the opponent with shit all game. You got some teleports in this army. You got some... You just got tricks and stuff. Just shoot them. You want to have shooting in this game, and these guys are pretty good. Pure Chaff if you want them. Slow melee foot assassin hero. We still haven't learned. Slogoth, I'm not sure. He's not a hero, which is good, because if he was, I would say no. And yeah, you could just play more whatever your main guy is instead of this guy. But sometimes it's about being able to make the big play instead of have points efficiency on number of guys on the table. And run and charge is a big play. So to me, a maybe. As a non-player of the army, I guess. He's a maybe. Snatch a Boss. He's got this thing here, and so you start your army by playing one. He's awesome. Build around me for sure. He doubles your best thing on a 2-up. Hey, alright. It's only for one turn, it's not on the opponent's turn. But it's still amazing. Swamp Boss Scumdrek. Simply terrible. Just bad writing. Cruel Boys Monster Killers. Really good. Like, these are really good. Gut Rippers. Really good. These guys are really good. They're made out of paper and they explode, but they're really good. I mean, the Cruel Boys is a glass cannon. That's what you do. Swamp Caller Shaman. Foul Elixirs I don't like. But you give him a artifact and he's a double wizard that's a +1 caster until you roll bad. You're hired. Merknob doesn't do anything. Well, he gives a 6-up ward, but eh. Kill a boss with Stab Grot? No. I don't care about wound rolls, I don't think. I care about rolling 6s. Or maybe 5s. Nasha guy. Nah. I like the redeploy trick on this guy. That's cool. But as the only thing that he does, I don't know. And then Gobsprak is cool, but he costs $1 million and he dies really fast. And then Kragnos isn't even part of the army. Get him out of here. Alright. How do I feel about... So after watching the faction, or after reading the faction focus, now that I've seen the whole index, we can turn companion weapons into still not crit mortals. Nope. You can use sneaky dirty trick twice per turn instead of only once. Which one is the sneaky sneakin'? Infantry 10 or fewer models that is not in combat. Remove it from the battlefield, set it up again, wholly within 9. Okay. And the first one works on a 2, then a 3, then a 4, then a 5. This is tricky. So you can double sneak if you want, but it doesn't make it any easier to accomplish. Friendly Cruel Boy units that are wholly within 3 of a terrain feature are not visible to enemy units that are more than 12 away from them. Pick up to 3 Man Skewa, Beast Skewa. For the rest of the turn, add 3 to the range. I think the range is probably fine. Maybe I want the trick. I don't think any of these are, like, heinous. But I think I want the tricks. Noisy Racket is good. Noisy Racket is good. free teleports are good. 5-up is good. Yeah, all your tricks are real good. They're just gate kept behind weird rolls. But I like how you can, on demand, just think about it and try them. You run all your chance of dirty tricks for the battle round. Yeah, by using 2. Because it's specifically battle round that it resets, not turn. It's too orky, you think? Swamp Shroud is the default, you think? Shoot your opponent without being able to be shot back. Yeah, it's not like obscuring, is it? Maybe I have treated you too harshly. Alright, the first time I read the faction focus for the boys. Where are they? They were mixed, but seems good. I think they're still mixed, but seems good. There's a lot of stuff in here that I just scrolled by. I'm like, no, right? But there's fewer stuff that I just scrolled by than normal. They're either top of mixed but seems good or possibly even nice. These abilities seem kind of decent. That's fun in a random way. Good artifact. Your unlimited spell is Garbo. Your spell lore isn't actually that great. Mork's Cunning is obviously good. And yeah, you ignore that stuff, but you actually have more options to go for. I think you have more ways to build this than normal. I need to be more generous with this tier list in any case. And maybe nice. I think nice. If I was thinking about building this army, I might consider it nice. Hey, not bad. You can debuff basically every enemy characteristic. Yeah, and you get 2 different +1s to save, although only one in a time where it really matters. But you also get all of D, so you technically get... Is that the most save stacking we've seen so far? Is Cruel Boys, which is strange. The 5-up save army gets the most +1s to save, potentially. More than OBR. Is that tier list your hype tier list or your comp one? It is my hype tier list. It is not my comp one. Otherwise, Nighthaunt would not be in B. It would be in S. I think I like Cruel Boys. I'm gonna put him in nice. It is known. Ahem. Seems like the one build is go big on infantry and mandatory synergy pieces. I mean, that's how you build an Age of Sigmar army. That's what you do, right? I was thinking, like, there seemed to be somewhat of an option for, okay, who fits in this slot or that one, how much range you lean into. Cruel Boy range is fairly small to be able to expand much beyond to play infantry, I suppose. Took you a minute to realize you were on YouTube watching? No big deal. Spooky kabuki. If monsters ever got good, you'd see Cruel Boys get a lot of prevalence. Yeah, but they might not even have to really change their list. The monster killers seem great anyway, and they accidentally fuck monsters up, right? Kind of neat when you think about it, I guess. Monster Mash exists, but it isn't great, probably. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, Suns can only do Monster Mash, so I guess... I'm not sure how good Suns are. I played one game as them so far, but it was a skew game, so I don't know how good they actually are. Anyway, hey, not bad. Next up, Fire Slayers. Right after this.
Introducing the best news for ice cream lovers since ice cream began. New simple pleasures. It's everything you love about ice cream, but no point. New Simple Pleasures is unbelievably rich, incredibly creamy, and absolutely top. Oh yeah. Because New Simple Pleasures is made with all natural
Pure athlete, yeah.
instead of point. New delicious all natural simple pleasures. There's never been an ice cream like it.
Okay, I'm actually still scrolling. Is order after chaos in this first time? No, it's not. Okay. All right. Doc. There we go. Fire's Layers. Here we have them. Bilateralis Symmetricus, right on the cover. Remember these? All of them are once per battle. They affect everyone on the table. You don't fucking roll for them anymore. Thank God. It just works. Imagine that. Start of any turn. Strike first. Oh. Alright. So we get High Tide whenever we damn well please. Alright. And then any hero phase. I like how all these are any. Except these two. Never mind. The first two are any. You can only use this if you have not used the 5-up ward for the rest of the battle round. The whole last battle round. Hell yeah. Let's fucking go. Once per battle army, your shooting phase. Pick any number of enemy units within 10 of any visible friendly Fire Slayer units to be the targets. D3 for each target on a 2-up, inflict an amount of mortal damage on the target with the roll. Not great. Your charge phase. For the rest of the battle round, friendly Fire Slayer units that can use charge even if they ran. Good. That's good for a slow army. And then any combat phase. Melee weapons used by friendly Fire Slayer units have crit mortal. Ooh. Yes. Okay. Bro. These battle traits. I kind of like it. So, strike first, but if you were charged, right? 5-up ward, rain or shine, whole battle round. Run and charge for a slow army, although only your turn, but I guess it would have to be. Rune of Farsight, not great. And then crit mortal, whole battle round. Let's go. As far as hype and fun is concerned, battle traits are like S-, something like that. A+, S-. Fun. They just work as well. Warrior Kinbad. Berserk Kindred. Add 1 to wound rolls for combat attacks made by friendly infantry that charged. Okay. It's a nice, just, okay. Hey, here's a bonus. I'm assuming you're now wounding on what, 2s or something? Bulwark of Molten Stone. Add 1 to save rolls friendly infantry while they're wholly within friendly territory. Passive. Just always on, huh? Depending on the battle plan, that's like really good. Wholly within friendly territory, yeah, this is gonna be so dependent. If you didn't have to lock this in list building, and then if you got to choose it in deployment, this thing would be really good. And you would then only be taking it when it would be really good. But I don't know. I don't know about always. Scales of Volcatrix. Add 2 to the health characteristic of Magmadroths. Whatever. Lords of the Lodge. 3D control scores, in addition, cannot be modified. Okay. Lords of the Lodge is the kind of one that if you play Fire Slayers, you completely know if this thing is worth nothing or something. I like +1 the wound on the charge. Rain or shine, kinda. Heroic traits. Add 1 to the charge rolls friendly Fire Slayer units while they're wholly within 12. Good. Ass beard. You become a priest. That's sick. Alright. Never mind. Blow the Berserker out. Ash beard in. Fiercely competitive. If this unit is in combat with an enemy unit that has strike first, this unit has strike first. Oh, the silver bullet. If this unit is in combat with an enemy unit that uses all-out attack, add 1 to hit rolls. Dude, cool. Dude, this thing is cool. Nice. I'm still probably taking the priest. But this is a cool design space to explore. Just not on a heroic trait, I don't think. That's a fun rule. I'm taking the priest. Once per battle enemy hero phase. Friendly infantry units cannot be targeted by shooting attacks while they are wholly within 12 of this unit. No. Add 1 to hit rolls for companion weapons used by friendly Fire Slayer units while they are wholly within 12 of this unit. This is your monster mash kind of thing. And then Draught of the Finest Mag Malt. 3 attacks characteristics against units main weapons for the rest of the turn. Sure, yeah, just if you're trying to build a fun attacko mounted hero guy, like that's funny. It doesn't work on the companion things though, which is annoying. Unironically, maybe just take Ash Cloud, even though it might not matter a lot. I don't see using those. I mean, maybe if you can make some power Mounto hero guy, but... Alright, priest lore. Prayer, power to the ass. Light 'em up. -1 from wound rolls for attacks that target the friendly unit until the start of your next turn. If it was 8, -1 rend. This is a good unlimited prayer. Just defensive buff. You can target your own guys. Works on a 4-up. The 8-up is pretty good as well. Sure, yeah. For an unlimited prayer, this is a good one. Yeah, good work. Prayer of Grimnir's Fury. Fire Slayer's Priest. Friendly Fire Slayer's Infantry Hero. It can use 2 fight abilities. After the first, it has Strike Last. And then also add 1 to wound rolls. Which is kind of a non-bow with the 1 sub-faction, but that's a sub-faction, I guess. Are your infantry heroes actually fighting in this army? I don't think so, but maybe they are. Maybe they're doing it differently than everybody else. Wrath of Volcatrix. Pick a friendly Maggotkin. For the rest of the turn, the battle damage ability has no effect. And add 1 to the attack characteristic of the target's companion weapons. Yo, where's this for Beast Claw, GW? Where's this for Beast Claw, man? Come on. If the chanting roll was 8, add 1 attack characteristic of target's companions for every 4 damage points the target has. Cool. Fireslayer infantry heroes tend to actually wind up fighting. Well, then if they do, then this thing is neat. If you're playing Maggotkin, this prayer is good. If you're playing foot heroes that end up fighting on turn 5 or something, which does often happen, then cool. But I'm looking at your unlimited one, and your unlimited one is good. And so even though these are kind of specific down here, if your unlimited one is good, then your prayers are good. And then you can set up those things. I will look at those things right now, the manifestations. Molten Infernauth. It has Torrents of Lava at 8. Oof. 6, 4, 2, 1, D3. Hey, Crit Mortal though. Ooh, okay, hold on. Not bad. Pick an enemy unit that had any damage allocated by it. -1 from wound rolls until the end of your next turn. Nice. Flying Ward 6. Yeah, he's just a dude. He squiggles around. His attacks are kind of neat. He has a torrent of lava that will miss. Potentially a debuff. Sure. Runic Firewall. Five up save. I was checking the save. 8-3. This thing might actually not die sometimes on 8-3. Most manifestations are very fragile, right? Pick up to 3 enemy units within 6 of it. Pretty short range. D3 for each target, 2 up. Control score thing. Okay, I mean, you put it in front of somebody, right? And that it's annoying because you just put it in front of somebody. Sometimes something happens. What do you cast this on? A 5? A 7. Okay. Zaragron Flame Splitter. 6 up ward. Did this thing have a ward? It did. 18. Nice. Good range. 8, 4, 3, 1, 1 crit 2 hits. I like this thing already. Dude, 18? Good work. You summon it and it works right away. This is my favorite one. Add 1 to hit rolls for this manifestation shooting attacks. If the target unit has 10 or more, and then it's 3s and 2s if it has 15 or more. Sure, yeah. You cast it and immediately starts like doing stuff with a decent range. I like it. You put the shit in the way, which is annoying, and then this guy can kind of fight, I guess. But alright. I kind of like your manifestations. Auric Rune Pater. Roaring Fire Stream. This should be 12. 10 is not okay. Kind of decent though. No shoot in combat despite being a breath weapon. That's not okay. Should be able to shoot your breath weapon in combat. Latchkey Grand Axe. 4-3-3-2-3. 6-4-2-1-2. 2-4-2-2-3. Okay. Alright. Attacks-ish. 14-4-10-5. Any ward? Yes. 6 up. Once per turn army, any combat phase. Inferno wins. On a 3-up, subtract 1 from save rolls for the target for the rest of the turn. Oh. Hey. Apologies, Org Runefather. I wasn't familiar with your game. That's kind of nice. So on a 3-up, we're on Ren 3, Ren 2, and Ren 3. Hey, alright. We can make this 7 attacks once a game with the funny Timmy artifact that you won't play. Once per battle your combat. Warrior Kings. Add 1 to attacks characteristic of melee weapons used by Fire Slayer units while they're wholly within 12 of this unit. So, alright, if we're using the funny artifact, then we're on 8 for the latch key. That shit's hilarious. Good buff, too. Nice buff. You can make an unmodified save roll of 1, inflict 1 mortal damage on the attacker. Good. Yeah. Damn, I actually kind of like this guy. And that prayer? Hold on. Are we actually going to play Maggotkin this edition? 350. Is this guy better than a Frostlord on Stonehorn? In the context of the army he's in, yeah. Yeah, for sure. But just being better than that guy doesn't mean you're playable. Are people doing this? This guy, I want to believe. Maybe people do this. I'm not sure. I'm not a Fire Slayers player. Like, I like Raging Inferno when it works. Volcanic Blood is good. Once a battle, good synergy. Your prayers have good synergy with it. Some other stuff has good synergy with it. You might do this. Nice. Dross Pater looking kind of nice. Then the Rune Sun. Anti-monster rend. Ooh, yeah, I wish it was something else. Still kind of similar down here, right? Each time this unit destroys a monster, add 1 attack characteristic. Yeah, we won't be doing that. Once per turn army, end of any turn. Dominating Roar. Pick an enemy monster. Did you guys think people would want to play monsters? Minus 10 control score is hilarious. Get shit on BCR. And then Volcanic Blood. Or Rune Sun. Yeah, not in a million years. Exactly the opposite of what it used to be. I think people used to play the Rune Sun. Yeah, for 300? No. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. NOP. Auric Rune Smitter. Three up 1 to wound rolls. We get wound rolls a few different ways though already. So I'm not too big on this one. Once per turn, any combat phase. 2d6 if the roll is equal to or less than the number of models in it. D3 plus 3. It's a lot of mortals. Equal to or less than. So, okay. You actually want to roll low. Oh, priest 1. Okay. No, I don't think you lose much of anything from just having an extra 200 points and a foot priest. Like, just save your points. This is essentially a priest with move 10. And, like, some shit. Probably not. And then Runefather on foot with a huge axe. Pick a friendly non-hero infantry unit to be this unit's combat range. Royal Retinue. Add 1 to hit rolls for attacks made by the Royal Retinue, and this unit has a 4-up award. That's a big award. Add the current battle round number to the control scores of friendly infantry wholly within 12. Okay, so he's a horn. He's like a banner bearer then. With a 4-up ward, and he gets +1 to hit rolls for the retinue. Did we have a priest maker? I think we did, right? Yeah, we have a priest maker. Okay. Free +1 to hit, and some control score stuff. Potentially a priest. I assume he costs like 100 points. 160. That's a lot. Still maybe. I don't know. 5 health, 5-up save, 4-up ward. Some sort of big dirty attacks, at least on the right half of them, right? 160 though is Rune Sun. Reaction, you declared a fight ability. So this guy can fight and then bring other people in after him. But no bonus on them. Which means he doesn't actually really add anything. Fearless charge. If this unit charged, add 1 charge rolls for fire slayers within 18 of him. So there was 1 +1 charge roll elsewhere already. This guy can give another. Now you have +2 to charge. At +2, some of your... any unit that can deep strike or teleport is possibly a strat at that point, because now you're going for a 7. Maybe. Oh, but he has to succeed. Wait, hold on. If you declare a charge, you can just declare it and then roll. You know? You only have to target an enemy unit. You actually don't target an enemy unit ever, right? So you can declare it. It doesn't say successfully charge, but maybe it means that. My question is, can this guy stand here and just roll a charge roll? Which you can do. Does that count for +1 to charge rolls of everybody else around him now? Getting into the weeds of the rules, maybe. I'll look it up later, but maybe. Regardless, no. Orc Runesmitter. He actually T-posing. Priest 1, so already I'm saying yes to him. And he gives a deep strike. Deep strike with any other unit, not just Frost Sabers. Just 1 unit in his regiment, which I guess might not be any unit, right? So, Smiter. Nope, yeah, it is any Fire Slayers. How come he can't just deep strike Frost Sabers? Why is it any unit? I'm kidding. He's always had that. He's a priest with a deep strike. I like him. I'm not saying auto-include or anything, but I like him. What did he cost again? The 120 for a priest with a deep strike. Hell yeah. Passives don't stack, so why +2 to charge? Because they had 2 different names. So like, because they're 2 different abilities, because they have 2 different names, I think they would. But I'd have to get into the weeds on it. Orc Rune Master. Each time a prayer chanted by this unit is answered, this unit gains a power token. Double priest? Oh, shit. Now we need 3 of these. If you do apply the effect below that corresponds to the Urgold rune ability that was used. Oh, neat, it has to do with your... Cool. Ahem. For the rest of the battle round, add 1 to wound rolls if you did the strike first thing. Add 1 to save rolls. What was Fiery Determination? What was that one? Probably the 5 aboard one, right? Yeah, the 5 aboard one. Run rolls and charge rolls if you did the run and charge one. Cool. We found potentially 3 bonuses to charge. Add 1 to run and add 1 to the rend characters through melee weapons used by friendly fire players for this with searing heat. Was that the mortal damage one? Yeah. So crit mortal and then +1 rend. Nice. And then Rune of Farsight ability to 16. What was that one? So pick any number of enemy units within 16 of Firestar units, which is just maybe every enemy on the table. Cool. Hey, remember when I was thinking about playing some dog shit like this? Never mind. Out of the way, nerds. The Master is coming in. They're double priests, too. These guys are probably really expensive, but I like them. Reaction, you declared an Urgold rune ability. Cool. Rune Master, 190. I mean, yeah, that's a lot, but he's 2 priests in 1, and he has a great ability. I'm taking him. Kid, you're hired. Battlesmith. Icon of Grimnir. Ignore negative modifiers to control scores. Whatever. Bard of the Lodge. Friendly unit wholly within 12 uses rally. You can make 3 additional rally rolls a d6. That's actually big. It's actually kind of big. Rally rolls are very good this edition. Possibly make him a priest. Grimwrath Berserker. Can this guy be good, please? Jesus. 545 5322. Pick one of the oaths. Well, this unit is wholly within 6 of another friendly Fireslayer hero. Add 1 to hit rolls for the unit's attacks. Add 1 to ward rolls. Ward rolls. And if the hero dies, add 1 to charge and save rolls for this unit when it is in combat. If it uses retreat or rally, this effect no longer applies. Okay. Yeah, no retreating, no rallying. If this unit is in combat, it just fights twice. I assume he's one of the free ones because Grimwrath Berserker and what is it, Doom Seekers or whatever, those 2 guys used to not count as heroes, but they did count as leaders. Or maybe it was the other way around. They were not leaders, but they were heroes. And I assume they do the same thing this edition. Yeah, they're the free guys. And they're each 110. I look at this guy and I see nothing. But maybe I'm wrong. I see nothing. Orc Flame Keeper. Look at this dude. Looking good. Once per turn your hero phase. Master Flame Rune. If any friendly units have been destroyed during the battle, pick a friendly Fireslayer's infantry unit wholly within 12. Roll die if the roll is equal to or less than the number of Fireslayer's units that have been destroyed. Pick 1. So equal to or less than the number of Fireslayer units that have been destroyed. If 1 has been destroyed, it won't work. If 2 have been destroyed, it won't work. If 3 have been destroyed, it probably won't work. You gotta get big lucky. But I guess you just roll, right? You just try. It's not like it costs you anything to try, but it does cost you to play them. 5 up ward, 2 to charge rolls. Damn, we can get +5 to charge in this army. Add 1 to the damage characteristic of target's melee weapons. Kind of nice. This is like the Battle Round 4. Everything's dead, and now your last squad can get juiced up guy. I mean, maybe. You'd have to make him the priest, right? But maybe. What do you cost? This might be the thing. 130 is kind of nice. Yeah. Like, maybe, actually. This guy might be the priest. And then, like, in the second half of the game, you can juice up people every one of your turns. Oh, maybe. Dude Seeker. A Dude Seeker chooses their quarry and shouts a vow to Grimnir that they will either destroy the enemy or die trying. They will either destroy the enemy and then crawl across the table at 4 inches. I don't like this guy's model. Pick an enemy unit to be this unit's quarry. Add 1 to hit rolls and wound rolls for attacks made by this unit to target its quarry. If this unit is destroyed while it is in combat with its quarry, inflict 3 mortal damage on the unit's quarry immediately after. Okay. Runic Powder. Add 1 to damage characteristic. Well, this unit has 1 damage point. Add 2 if it has 2 or more. I'm thinking about how many of these you can play with, right? So, okay, you play with like 4 of these and then choose your quarry and then just run them into combat and then they die and they do 3 mortals. And they have some attacks or whatever. Maybe. You play like 13 Doom Seekers, it gives them a bunch of... Nah. Yeah, okay, nothing. Four-inch move, melee foot assassins. Why live? Why do you exist? What are you doing? Grimhold Axile. Never mind, he has 2 hammers. Last of the Lodge Fire. Once per battle, any combat phase. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this. Okay. One number of dice equal to the target's health. For each 4, inflict 1. Oh, no limit. No limit, hold him. Sons of Behemoth. I'm gonna roll 40 dice and do 20 mortals. Do you... Hold on. This guy's like legit bad, right? But do you just play one? No, not for 150. I was thinking you just play one. And then the one day you play against Sons of Behemoth, you're like, oh, here we go. Here we go. This fucking guy. John Henry just hammering the railroad. Once per battle, your hero phase, pick up to 3 infantry units. You can reroll charges for them. Yeah, alright. Now, this is a Slayer. This guy is funny. I don't think you play him. And certainly not for 150. But if you do, I won't blame you, because someday you're gonna do the thing. Dude, if you play against Sons of Behemoth, and they're like, okay, I got 4 gate breakers. And they just throw rocks at this guy twice and kill him. You're going to be so sad. He was almost going to do something, and he just got rocks thrown at him. Triple reroll charges is very good. I agree. Triple reroll charges is very good. But I liked the other heroes more. Is he a Timmy Trap? Yeah. Well, no, he's not. He's a trap for a Timmy Trap, I guess. Because if your opponent is on the Timmy stuff, then... If your opponent is on the Timmy stuff, then you get him. Did we look at the Battlesmith already? I think I skipped him by accident. No, we didn't. We looked at him. Yeah, Ash Cloud Rune to stop the rocks. Also, you can't target him if he's near a infantry unit. Because foot heroes are now invisible. They're on a different plane of existence. You can't shoot them. Unless you're like 2 units in the game. Man, I don't like the poses. Never have. Reverse double Timmy Trap. 2, 4, 3, 1, 1. Each time a model in this unit is slain, 5 up. Mortal, okay. $10 for $150. $20 for $300. Bunch of kinda bad attacks that are trying to get buffed up a little bit. And whenever they die, well, not whenever they die. Every 3 of them that die, you get a mortal damage. Nah. Volkite Berserkers with fire steel weapons. I don't like the poses. Add 1 attacks if they charge, so now you're on +1 to... Now you're on 3 attacks a model if you charged, and wounding on 2s if you charged, because there's also... These could be 2s. Pretty similar. They're pretty similar. 1 control, 1 control. And 1 worse save. Alright. Same points, I guess? No, slightly cheaper. Orc Hearthguard, 2641. Oh, these are the guys that I like. I like the Magma Pikes. I like these. Shoot in combat. 12 is a much better range than 10. Each time a shooting attack made by this unit scores a crit, -1 from the target's move characteristic, and it can't do below half. It used to only target monsters, now it targets anything. Awesome. I like Orc Hearthguard. 130 for 5. It's a shame the unit size is 5, but... Cool. So, thinking about this from Ogre terms. 20 Volkite Berserkers with Sling Shields. That's 40 wounds on a 5-up, 6-up. With a... unlimited prayer that gives them a bonus defense. You could give them a 5-up even. And these guys have 60 attacks on the charge. 3s and 2s or whatever. Maybe a little crit mortal once a game. I like these guys shooting. Vulcan Flame Seeklers. Look at this dude. Dude, they look sick. Much better poses. 254 Volkian weapons. 33311 anti-monster. Ew. And then Ember Teeth. 1 in 9 is a Kindle Droth and must replace their weapons with teeth. The champion is a Vulcan Rune Father and cannot replace their weapons. Okay. Pick an enemy monster, roll die 3 up, subtract d3 from the damage characteristic of the target's companion melee weapons for the rest of the turn. That is potentially a staggering bonus. These guys look so sick. Somebody tell me these are good. Yeah, the model quality jump is very high. Can't be reinforced, 160 for 9. 27 attacks. Maybe on 2s and 2s actually, sometimes 1-1. Damn, I think you actually play these guys, even though anti-monster isn't good. Yeah, these are kind of like the... I don't think they're... Yeah, I was about to compare them to monster killers really quickly and be like, monster killers are awesome. And then accidentally shit on monsters. These guys seem pretty good. And then accidentally shit on monsters. I think I like them. If you were trying to play cool looking shit. I think the fact that they look so cool puts them over the edge. Hearthguard Berserkers with Flame Strike Poleaxes. Crypt Mortal. There it is. I didn't think they'd get that. Let's go. We are in. 2 attacks a model. Damage 2. Crypt Mortal. 3s and 3s? Hold up. While any friendly Fyreslayer's infantry heroes are wholly within, they have a 5-up. Alright, we kept the 5-up ward. No longer have a 4-up save that is always re-rolling, but alright. Pick an enemy unit in combat with it, roll d3 to up inflict mortal. Okay, and Smoldering Braziers. Please don't be 1,000,000 points. 140 for 5, so 10 of them is 280. But I look at Crypt Mortals and I like what I see. And then with the Berserker Broadaxes is 2 attacks. 3, 3, 1, 2. The least flattering pick. Don't take a picture of my man from this angle. I said this before. Give him the MySpace angle or something. Don't do this to him. I'm gonna move it off the screen. Don't do that. That's a fundamental lack of respect. Yeah, at least they are well cheaper, because they are well worse. The absolute... Okay. 2023. First edition. Alright. Molten Infernoth, and then we got to this. So, what are we thinking? I like these guys. I like these guys. I like these guys. These guys have a role, right? A million attacks. Kind of your anvil, maybe. Just like a shitload of wounds. Not really an anvil. I guess it's not an anvil. It's a ablative wound blob. Right? Funny guy. This guy, funny man. Don't play him properly. But once in your life, he'll be so fucking funny. Trash. Maybe as the priest. Trash. I kind of like the rally thing. maybe as the priest. I like this guy a lot. Maybe as the priest. Trash. 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 Real trash. Honestly, maybe playable. Fun. Out of 10. Your manifestations are kind of neat. Your prayer lore is good. And this shit's all cool. Yeah. Fun. They almost couldn't have done a better job. Well, they almost couldn't have done a better job. Yeah, if you want to mega beef Hearthguard, I rescind the trash on Father on Foot. He could be a priest if you want like a giga Hearthguard. So not trash. Stays in fun allowed tier. Hype. The hype is real. Next. You should upload. Do they still have deep strike options? Yes. Are they ridiculously negligible? I don't think so. They don't seem central to their whole strategy like they were in first and second. It might... Actually, hold on. It has to be a dude in your... It has to be inside the Rinsmiter's, like, regiment, which is a little awkward sometimes. Like, it can't be a Magmadroth, for instance, anymore. Which is bullshit, because it used to be able to. And it should still. Dylan. You rune son of a bitch. You rune son of a bitch. Yeah. I fucked it up. Alright, SJ, edit that out. I should have read ahead. When do you think Ironjaws will get its own Spearhead? As soon as possible. Every moment that is delayed, they're losing money. So I would imagine it was probably supposed to be out already and something has delayed it. That's the level to which I imagine it will almost be out. Because Ironjaws are a well-known... New players like the look of Ironjaws. They like the look and feel. You know it's a tired meme, but just scrolling through the index, you legit can't tell the difference between any of these models. Yeah, they fucked up. They hella fucked up. The lore of Fyreslayers, the lore is actually really cool. The art is generally good. The brand new models are pretty good. But yeah, they started with a wafer thin concept. And they did essentially just a really bad job with it. Smiter can be good if you want to do the 5-drop build with the Foot Hero Lords of the Lodge detachment. You can't imagine it'll be too big if it's just pigs. Package the second wave, release Ardboys and Big Pig and Ragers. Boom, Spearhead. As a new player, you second the attraction, the Ironjaws. Well, they're just big. They're big and they look cool and their armor's cool. And you want to just run them on the table and smash. Like, thematically, you just look at them. And you look at the models and you're like, hell yeah, brother, let's go. You know, I want to play Blood Orcs from Wrath of the Lich King, you know. This is sick. And then you look at the rules and you're like, why are they move 4? What the fuck? But maybe you play them anyway, I don't know. Have you done Blades of Corn yet? Let me see where they are. They're in Fun Allowed tier, so yeah. They're in S. Yeah. Yep. Corn is big hype. Big hype. You are allowed to do damage. And the base units, your guys, aren't terrible anymore. It used to be that they were all sponge. You had your basic troops were just terrible. And then you had 7,000 buffs to put onto them until they were good. And now you have 4 buffs instead of 7,000. But the basic units are good now. So yeah, you're fun. They are mountains of meat that punch their armor to fit. Yeah, and painted yellow to get under the skin of SCE. Yeah, what's not to love? Is IDK already done? I think I did go over IDK. Yeah. It was mixed but good. Mixed but seems good. It wasn't how I want to play them. But I have to admit that it looked alright. The turtle is fucking cool. We came up with a 1 turtle unit. The TU. It's 500 points. It's everything you want for dinner. The foot guys are still kind of awful, but everything else seems kind of nice. What shall be next? We got time. We're gonna bang them out, maybe. What's next up for the indexes? Cruel Boys is nice. Haven't done it, haven't done it, haven't done it. Did it. Nice. Haven't, did it. Doesn't exactly spark joy. Doesn't exactly spark joy. Oh, it could be Nurgle time. Good call. Double Nurgies. I've had a few people talk about Nurgle. Maybe we do a Nurgle one. Did you do IJ? Yes. I had to think about it. Because IJ used to be in Battle Traits Fail tier. And now it's in Doesn't Exactly Spark Joy, which means I must have done IJ. Who is the 2 below boring? Sylvaneth for Battle Traits Fail, Haas for Battle Traits Fail, and Gloomspite gets for nothing. But these 3, we haven't done yet, and this is only after reading the faction focus. What their advertising was, that 1-page thing. And so these just looked awful after reading through the faction focus. But I bet they're all better than that, for sure. We're tracking the difference between looking at the faction focuses and reading the entire index is how this is. So only half of these are updated. For instance, Ogres used to be just terrible. We read the faction focus and we're like, this is horrible. But actually, Gluttons, both your heroes, and some other stuff are really cool. The entire Beastclaw half is trash. And so I kind of put him here. If you don't care about Beastclaw at all, then I think you might even be in nice. Like if you're just a Gutbuster player, I think you're like, nice. Or maybe mixed because all your shooting still sucks. But for the entire book, it exactly evens out to like C. Because half of the book is nice and half of the book is F. So we're just even. Anyway. What did I say I was going to do? Oh, Nurgle, that's right. Nurgle. Let's do it. Do one of those and see if it moves. I think we can fit another 2 in easy. Another 2 easy. We'll do a Nurgle, and then we'll do a Justice Potential. One of the 3 lowest ones. To see if we get some, you know, comeuppance or something. Well, not comeuppance. I guess comeuppance is kind of a negative thing. We want retribution. For the ones that looked really bad, maybe they're not as bad. Anyway, BRB. Please enjoy a commercial. And we'll get into Nurgle. And then, Mystery One.
With Klondike ice cream bars, you get big servings, big taste, big cream.
Imagine
5 big, moist, delicious ounces of big, hot ice cream. And a coating made with beautiful
Milk.
chocolate so you can
pour
big cream.
like I've never had it.
Klondike, big bar, big
Cream.
Hello there. I'm Mr.
Cream.
AC Penny. When it fits, you feel it.
It's so big you gotta grin to get it in.
Once you pop, the cream don't stop.
If it doesn't get all over the place, it doesn't belong in your face.
Deliciously hot, dangerously creamy.
The juice is loose.
She wanted to remember the love they shared for
Cream.
Sometimes you feel like a
Stuffed 5 ways.
So my family's looking for beef.
Now, that's what I call
Cream, yeah.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough,
And I am the cream.
Then why do we call it big? Because big things go into it.
at the Men's Warehouse.
You're gonna cream.
I guarantee it.
Yo. Alright. Maggotkin of Nurgle. Once per turn army. Pick one of the following. Pick an enemy unit that is in combat with any Maggotkin, and it has diseased. Pick a diseased enemy unit to be the target. Each other enemy unit within the target's combat range has diseased as well. Mutate if all enemy units on the battlefield are diseased. They get one mortal on each of them. Anybody played against Nurgle? Does this happen? Do you actually get to everyone on the table is diseased? In general, people aren't playing their units that close, but they are, really. How I read this is... the hero that has to stand within 3 of the squad to buff it gets diseased when you would disease the unit. Like, that's kind of how I read this. And you can get rid of disease by healing or returning, of which there's a lot. But they, I don't know. You can, like, just rally, I guess, to get rid of it. But that's a command point. That's expensive. And then 2 up D3, disease everybody for mortal damage. I guess this is why Feast on Flesh has to be terrible, right? Because they're like, damn, ogres in combat with people, if they're biting every turn, that would be just as good as Nurgle disease or something. We got the tally band. From the second battle round onwards, add 1 to the amount of mortal damage inflicted, if any, by the racked with disease. No. Bullshit. This should be +1 to the roll. It shouldn't fail. You spread your disease. That was kind of hard to do. It should just work. I'm mad. Nurgle's Menagerie. During army composition, you can include 2 feculent gnarl maws in your army instead of 1. Do you want to? I don't know what they do. Vectors of contagion. If there are still big auras of run and charge, then yeah, you probably do want to. If they're not, probably not. Shall I just look and see what their terrain does? (7-5) Turn 1 turn 1 shoot it off the table, huh? Okay. No, it's got a 5-up ward. We're good. It's got a 5-up ward. Pick an enemy unit within 6 of this terrain to be the target. Roll a die. 4-up diseased. Simply don't get within 6 of it, forehead, right? I mean, you won't be able to help it. You can put these pretty close to objectives, right? Alright, I think those are good. They die, but they do a thing. 4-up. Alright. I don't know that I want to take 2 of them with this thing. I want other stuff. Each town model in a friendly Rotbringer's unit is slain. And it was in combat with the attacking unit. Roll number of dice equal to the slain model's health characteristic. Max 4. For each 5-up, inflict 1 mortal damage. Okay, they got murder rolls, essentially. It's kind of good. Affliction Seest. Once per battle army deployment. Pick 2 that have fly. So you can deployment phase deep strike them. But they have fly. They're probably fast anyway. I don't know. Then again, it was the deployment phase. It wasn't yet the first turn. Ahem. So you could do the battle tactic then, because they weren't set up this turn. If you wanted to do that thing. I don't know if you're playing them. They're expensive though, and you don't want to pay a lot for that battle tactic. Damn, do you really just take this thing even though it really should be the other one? Like, it should say just +1 to the roll, I think. But you take it anyway. Is it like Beast Claw? Where it's kind of bullshit that it doesn't do that, but you still take it. I think it is. Alright. Moving on. Gift of Febrile Frenzy. Add 1 to move. At the start of the move. Okay. Well, if you're slow, this is very, very slightly increasing your movement. Grandfather's Blessing. If it's in combat with a diseased enemy unit, heal D6 end of turn. Nice. This would only be for, like... Well, I guess not only. There are a few targets for it. Okay. Opponent declared a command for a unit in combat with this unit. 5 up, no effect. 1-inch move, right? Or do you do Grandfather's Blessing on some sort of combat buff wagon hero thing to heal all the time? I probably want the move. Artifacts of Power. Witherstave. Pick an enemy unit that charged this turn and is in combat. Damn, this thing just keeps getting worse and worse. It used to be so good. 4 up, strike last. Dude, the Witherstave. This stave has withered too far. 4 up, strike last. Only if you get charged. Where's my... What was it? Was it a... I'm trying to remember what the range was. It used to be like a 12-inch -1 save rolls. The thing was so sick. Or am I thinking of Rustfang? I think I am thinking of Rustfang because this is it. And it's now once per battle. And it's in combat with. Subtract 1 from save rolls for the target for the rest of the battle. Rest of the battle. You don't have to roll a die to see if it works either. Hey, do that for all the once per battles, though. More like with the shelves. Carrion Dirge. Once per battle, any hero phase. Pick up to 3 enemy units within 12. -3 control. Yeah. I guess Rustfang. It lasts for the whole battle. That's cool. You have to be in combat with that hero. Enemy heroes. Ugh. I actually don't know what you choose. These are all bad. I guess strike last. None of these spark joy. Next. Wait, was that it? So I guess 1-inch move. And I guess Witherstave. Alright, your trait and artifact section does not spark joy. Spell lore. Everything's a 7, of course, because it's the funny number. Fleshy Abundance. Pick a friendly Maggotkin of Nurgle unit wholly within 12. If the target is damaged, heal D3. If it's not damaged, -1 from wound rolls. For attacks, target that unit until starting next turn. It's good. 7 is high. But your unlimited spell is good. Cloying Quagmire. Maggotkin of Nurgle Wizard. 18. Visible enemy unit. Halve the target's move characteristic. If the target's save characteristic is a 3 up or better, subtract 1 from run rolls and charge rolls. Awesome. Yep. So Fleshy Abundance is good, but it's too expensive. There's no reason this spell should ever cost 7. Except they were doing the funny number. This thing should be like a 5 or 6. Cloying Quagmire, have move characteristic 18. Massive. Magnificent Boobos. Pick a visible enemy hero with an 18. It sucks. But let's read on. Until the start of your next turn, subtract 1 from hit rolls, target's attacks, and -1 from casting rolls, chanting, and banishing. Okay. Okay. -1 casting, chanting, and banishment. Huh? Alright. Fleshy Abundance good. Cloying Quagmire really good. Magnificent Boobos. I mean, sometimes maybe. Yeah, I thought it sucked and then I kept reading and it kept giving me kind of neat stuff. I don't know if it's magnificent, but it's alright. I won't complain about it. I will complain about these artifacts of power and these heroic traits. But I won't complain about the spell lore. Too much. Rodicus. 22 health. 4 up 6. 5 up ward. Double Wizzy. Alright. Gnarl Rod. 53313. 23222. 10551. Crit auto wound companion. Alright, so he's not exactly a damage dealer, but he is a damage taker. 22, 4 up, 5 up. Yeesh. The absolute deluge of Nurgle. On an 8. They couldn't use the funny number, they couldn't justify it. Pick each diseased enemy unit on the battlefield and each friendly Nurgle unit in combat with any diseased enemy unit to be the targets. D3 for each target on a 2-up, inflict an amount of mortal damage on each enemy target, and heal X to each friendly target. Cool. Mountain of Loathsome Flesh. Once per turn, army any charge phase. If this unit charged 3 up, pick an enemy unit within 1. Roll number of dice equal to the number of models in it. 5 up, 1 mortal. Board Breaker. Add 1 to casting rolls. Nice. He's not exactly a fighter, but he is a liver. He is a liver. And he's a double wizard, and his deluge is good if you're spreading tons of disease, and he has +1 to cast. Kinda nice. I'm sort of terrified to look at his point cost, though. $500. He's a turtle. Man's a turtle. Alright, he costs 1 turtle. Am I spending 500 points on a double wizard who's almost invincible? And then just sits there literally shitting on everyone? Maybe. What are you gonna do, kill him? What about a normal grade unclean one? 24, 5, oh, still a double wizard. Hold on. Stonks on Rodicus dropping. He also has Noxious Bile, and this guy has nothing. Can we shoot in combat, please? We can! Okay. D3 plus 3, 3, 2, 2, 2. Colossal Blight weapons. And then Host. Alright, so you're not exactly a damage dealer either. Very short range on the Bile. This guy needs to get better at challenge pissing. Once per turn army, your movement phase. Pick a friendly Maggotkin of Nurgle demon unit that started the battle with 3 or more models and has been destroyed. Roll a die. 4 up, bring them back at halve. Okay. It doesn't cost anything, but it's a 4 up. That's the exchange. If it cost something, it would just work, right? So you just keep rolling this thing every movement phase. Every one of your movement phase. That's good. Once per turn army, end of any turn, bloated with corruption. If this unit is damaged, pick up the 3 enemy units in combat with it. D3 for each on a 2-up, inflict an amount of mortal damage on the target equal to the roll. Sure. And then Plague Wind. 7 colorless, 2 black, sorcery. Destroy all creatures you don't control. I happen to like it. Pretty castable with Cabal Coffers. But what does it do in Age of Sigmar? For 7. Pick a visible enemy unit with 12. Simply diseased. Okay, that's good. That's good. And then you can give this guy some juice. What kind of juice do we give him? Alright, this is looking kind of good with that guy now. Suddenly, I kind of like Grandfather's Blessing. End of any turn. Yeah, heal d6 every single turn. Not your turn. Every turn. As long as it's in combat with a diseased enemy unit, right? So what you do is, since this is also end of turn, if you're damaged, you resolve this one first, and then you heal to full. Alright. Now, he's not shitting on everyone, but he is causing them to become diseased, which is the other half of the combo, and he's bringing people back to life. I think I like Gret and Clean One more than Rodicus. And then what kind of artifact do we give him? Because it is him. We actually could carry in Stench. If this 5 control, he's just supposed to sit on a point and -9 from 3 different enemies, or 6 from 2 or something. That's like possible. You just strike last him, I guess. Yeah, you just Wither Stave, probably. One of the two. So Great Teacher Unclean Azuka just kind of sits there. Wither Staving, diseasing, dealing mortals, bringing back demons, and healing to full all the time. It is kind of invincible. Spewing bile, giving people strike last. Alright, I can see it. I can see the style. Yeah, I would probably take Wither Stave. I think I agree with them. Just to hope the 4-up works. It's not like he's gonna die if the 4-up doesn't work. It just means maybe a unit nearby can damage him. Or can damage along with him. What do you cost, GTO? 480. Very, very close to Rodicus's price. Hopefully there's at least one unit of demons that start with 3 or more models that are, like, good. I can't help but feel that I'm overpaying for this guy. But I like what he does. And I like how he doesn't die. Pox Binger. Bale Sword. Hey, Crypt Mortals. Nice. Wizard 1. Big friendly path with unit is not used to fight. It can immediately fight. If you do so, add 1 to hit rolls. Plague Bearers. Plague Bearers. Please update these sculpts. GW. 2, 6, 4, 5 up. 1 control. Oh, Crypt Mortals, though. Okay. I mean, 1 attack with Crypt Mortals is kind of nothing, but... -1 from hit rolls for shooting attacks to target this unit. Oh, only shooting attacks, huh? You get 10 of them? How cheap? 140 for 10. I guess you can bring him back to life with the Guo as well. And just put him somewhere. Pure screen. Add 1 to hit rolls to target's attacks? No. Plague Bearers are not for fighting. They will roll attacks, but you don't care what their hit rolls is. You're getting Crypt Mortals or nothing, right? So, Poxbringer is a wizard, though, so I don't know. It's possible you take him. What do you cost? Poxbinger. 130? Alright. Horticulus Slimix. This guy's funny. I like him. He's the funny man. Unique Hero Cavalry Ward 5. No Wizzy. 844. Your movement phase. If there are fewer than 3 Gnarlmaws, just put 1 somewhere. Nice. No rolling.
Good job, King.
Nice. Merchiamemia. Thanks for the tier 1 for 7 months. Appreciate it. Time for some big sicky boys. Look at the little guy, yeah. Thanks for the tier 1. I love Horticulus Slimux. They got way too creative and put too many references on him, but that's what I want. Little shop of horrors over here. Got the Nightmare Before Christmas tree. He's got the little bone in his mouth like a piece of wheat. You can't see it from here, but he is a big snail with a bunch of spirals, right? Oh, another good ref. Anyhow, if there are fewer than 3 friendly Narwhals, you can set up one within 12. Yeah, good. Once per turn army, your movement. Beast Handler. Pick friendly Beast of Nurgle unit that has been destroyed. Oh, are Beast of Nurgle, like, playable? Please tell me no. Roll die, 3 up, set a replacement. Oh, a full replacement unit. Neat. Not even a Halva. Okay. Horticulus Slimux. Oh, he's cheap. 150? Damn, his price is like good. I was expecting him to be like 210 and I was gonna be like, nah. But I don't know, maybe I kind of want the... I know he's not a wizard, but he sets up your terrain features. So maybe you place some of them, some Beast of Nurgle unit, and then him. He's only 150. Aren't Beast of Nurgle single now? They always were. Well, I say single. You could have purchased them as one, but you could have made units too. Oh, you mean single only. Yeah, since they're unit size 1, you can't reinforce them, I don't think. Which is a shame. Oh, they're shit. They're expensive. 150's a lot. 150's more than I was prepared for. Slimux and 1 Beast of Nurgle for 300? I don't know. We'll look at Beast of Nurgle and see if it sparks joy. With its monopose handout. Bleh. One control. 8755431D3 companion. Beast. Well, it's called a Beast of Nurgle, so I mean, it is a beast, right? Attention seekers. Yeah, seems about right. If this unit is not in combat, pick the closest enemy unit to it to be the target. If 2 or more enemy units are tied, you can pick which. Then you charge. Any charge phase, they just free charge. They free charge and do impact hits. That's funny. They're like little tiny missiles. Give you 2 command points at well, they don't really give you 2 command points. You were never going to do this from a payment point of view. Yeah, and this isn't actually a charge. So you can run and redeploy and retreat and do whatever fucking thing you want. It just works. 150 is way more than they're worth. But I guess you're getting 2 of them, kinda. Maybe. If you take Swirly Whirly Man. Okay, interesting. I think they just blow up and then you get them back one time and then they just blow up. But maybe that's good. Maybe you throw a wrench into the opponent's thing. It's like cute. Spoilpox Scrivener. The Trunk Man. To pick one of the following effects. Add one of the target's attack characteristic or 1 to save rolls. 1 to save roll is kind of nice. Getting Plague Bearers on a 5-up. Yeah, getting them on a 5-up is kind of nice. With, I don't know if I'm trying to pay for that, but hey, alright. Wait, what's the restriction on Guo? Pick a friendly Maggotkin of Nurgle demon unit that started the battle with 3 or more models. Okay, that's the restriction I was looking for. So we can't bring this guy back to life, is what I was wondering. $100. Plague Bearers are 10 for 140. So I get like 2 units of 10 maybe for 280. I don't think I want to make that 380 for one of them to have +1 to save. I think they're just... I like them as cheap chaff. I'm not trying to pay for them to be no longer cheap but still kind of chaff or screens. I'll bring them back to life. Unless there's some other demon unit that's fucking sick. Which I'll see later. Sloppity Bilepiper, the funny man. Once per turn army, any combat phase. Pick a visible friendly Maggotkin of Nurgle demon unit. Wholly within 12. Roll a die on a 2-up, pick one of the following effects to apply. Add 1 to wound rolls. Ward rolls cannot be made. Subtract 1 from hit rolls for attacks made by enemy units to target that. That's great. You're in. Bilepiper, you're in. You're hired. Yeah, if I'm in the business for going like full demons and playing a brick of 20 Plague Bears, then for sure I'm gonna... It's definitely worth giving them a +1 to their save. If I'm doing 10s, no way. That's kind of the thing. Nurglings. Infantry 5 up. 4, 6, 4, 1. Alright. Do you want... How many of these do you get? Is it just this one base? Or is it... I guess I'll look. 3 bases for 110. At this point, you're just kind of putting things on the table that cover an amount of distance. 12 health on a 6-up save. As it pertains to their combat, you just skip it to save time. Yeah, maybe. You take Plague Bearers if you care about anything being alive ever. And Nurglings if you don't and you're concerned about points, maybe. And their average damage per round is probably 1 point. But whatever. It's not their job. I don't think Nurglings are like bad, even. What's their movement again? 4? Huh. And then these guys we looked at. Plague drones. Crit Mortal, you love to see it. Drones come in 3s, if I recall correctly. So 2, 4, 6, 7. Like 1 mortal. And then a bunch of fly limbs. With the proboscis. They still have the ward. They got a champion. Eight-inch flying is kind of nice in this army. Ripe Pastures. This unit can use charge even if it retreated. And it's immune to mortal damage from retreats. Sure. 5/5, so 5, 10, 15 wounds on a 5-up, 5-up. Please be cheap. Please be cheap. 180 for 3. It's more points than I would want to spend on BT units. Are they capable of performing damage? 18 4s and 3s, no rend 1. So 9, 5, 2, maybe even 1. And then 1 mortal wound. No. Alright, they're not here for damage. In this army, you might actually do this. It's more than I want to pay for them. But they're the only thing with a movement above like a 4 that I've seen so far. And they fly. Which is extra bonus movement, usually. Or rather often. The Glottokin. Big 6 move, 24-4. 10 control, huge. Warmaster unique hero wizard. Wizard 1. Not a demon. Which is surprising when you look at the model. Gahurk's Tentacle. 4322 D3 plus 3. Interesting damage characteristic. 33223 43312. And your best attack gets halved after 10, which sucks. -3 control scores while they're in combat with it, sure. Overgrowth of flesh. This thing used to double stuff your Oreos. Now what does it do? Pick a visible enemy unit within 12. Oh, it works on enemies now. Roll a number of dice equal to the target's health characteristic. For each 5, inflict 1. Max of 7? Boo. That's sad. Max of 7? Why not just dumpster Mega Gargants while you're at it? Anyway. Once per turn army. Reaction. You declared the countercharge command. Didn't this thing used to be called Blightkrieg? That was cool. Now it's lamer. Pick up to 2 friendly Maggotkin of Nurgle units wholly within 12 of this unit to be the targets. After countercharge has been resolved, if this unit charged, each of those targets can countercharge. Alright, everybody come in. He's kind of cool. There are no companion abilities. Big plus. His attacks are actually alright. It's just there's only a few of them, but they're like good. Right, these are good. Overgrowth is okay. This thing is like massive potential playmaker thing. The biggest countercharge on the planet. It's at least a wizard. Has a ward. Technically a Rotbringer. What kind of shit can we put on this man? Oh, max of 4, okay. He's unique, so we can't put that. Give him -1 to wound rolls and heal him. Alright. You can one-shot Chonky Boys. Vector's battle formation is good. Oh no, I went way too far down. There we go. The Glotkin. What does he cost? Does he cost a turtle? Is he 1 TU? Or is he less? I don't want to have to pay 1 turtle unit for him. And I won't. It's 550. It's more than a turtle unit. He is fucking huge, though. I don't know. Is this guy good? I don't want to pay this much. Yeah, he's 1.1 TU. And I don't like his spell. He is hella dense, and he can kind of fight, unlike a Guo who basically can't. And you can't give him anything, but you don't really give him anything good anyway. And he can set up some funny, huge plays. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. 550 is too much, but I'll think about it. Morbidex Twiceborn, 14-4. Does have the word. Triple Tongues Slabrous. Well, tongues. You couldn't have thought of another. Never mind. 7-3-3-3-1-1. Shoot in combat at least. Only friendly Nurglings are wholly within 12. Ignore the first damage point that would be allocated to each of those units each phase. Shit sucks. Add 3 to control scores though. Oh, Nurglings aren't beasts? They're not beasts. They have control 1, but they don't count as beasts. Neat. Okay. Gigantic Nurglingkin. Heal X, where X is half the number of damage points this unit has, rounded up. End of any turn. Oh, he heals real quick. This guy heals up. Tide of Nurglings. Pick a friendly Nurglings unit within this combat range to up Grimortal. Okay. Morbidex Twiceborn. 320. I just don't think it's worth giving Nurglings anything. What do they got? 5 attacks a model, so you target a 15... which causes like 2 or 3 mortals maybe. They do have 5 attacks a model. He heals so much if he's allowed to. That makes him interesting to me. And because he has a 5-up ward, it's less likely that he's one-shot. Although he will be. Like, if an actual hammer gets into him, he's simply in the ground. I very much know what it's like to play with a 14 health, 4-up save, 5-up ward guy. And if a real hammer hits them, they will be overkilled by like 12. So it's fine. But it means you have to put something humongous into him, otherwise he'll just heal up forever, which is kind of neat. I think he's interesting. Is there a way to tell the difference between these guys? You simply have to memorize it. It's hard enough to memorize all 3 of their names. Bloab Rotspawned. So there's Bloab Rotspawned, Orgots Daemon Spew, and Morbidex Twiceborn. As to which one is which, I couldn't tell you. But I at least remember their 3 names. I got that going for me. Bloab is a wizard. Oh, hold on. Chance. Miasma of Pestilence 6. Until the start of your next turn, each time you allocate any damage points that were inflicted by another friendly ability to the target. Up, allocate 1 additional. Okay, the difference between allocate and inflict this addition. Allocate is generally punitive, and inflict is generally offensive. Right. Perhaps disease is allocate and not inflict. No, disease is inflict, so it doesn't work with disease. Unless inflict causes allocation. Does inflict just cause allocation and I'm messing myself up in my head? It doesn't work with that. But then also yes. You inflict wounds and then they're allocated, you think? The difference is you inflict them, then there's a ward, and then you allocate, I think. So if it's inflict, they get their ward, and if it's allocate, they don't. But it usually means all of the, like, self-harm stuff is allocate. Yeah, it's just different times. Which means this extra one, you don't get a ward against. So on a 4-up, they take an extra 1, but they don't get their ward against it, because it's already in the allocation phase. So it does work with disease. Once per turn army. Demon flies. Pick each enemy unit within 7. Nice. 4-up. That's not fun. But it's everybody. And maybe something happens. From the core rules, after resolving the effect of any ability that inflicts damage points, you must allocate the damage points. Yeah, so it's allocation. It was a timing thing. Yeah. He's technically a wizard, but I'm not super all about really anything he's doing. I mean, without even looking at his points. But sure, blow web. 320. And then Gut Rot Spume. Wait, where's Orgot's Daemon Spew? They don't put the 3 maggot princes right next to each other? The fuck is this? I'm going to him. There he is. Orgot's Daemon Spew. 1483. 1 attack, 3/3, d6. Yuck. Shoot in combat, I guess. Once per turn army, any combat phase. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit to be the target. Roll die 3-up, add 1 to wound rolls for combat attacks made by friendly. Just anyone that target the enemy unit for the rest of the turn, including yourself. Yep, it's good. Sucks that it's a 3-up, but it's just good. Acid Dicor. Each time you make an unmodified save roll of 6, inflict a mortal damage. Okay, it doesn't really happen that much. But it's something. It's a nice passive. Yeah, I think this guy's... He has a buff. It's sad that he's not a wizard, but he has an buff. And he's like kind of speedy, I guess, in this army. The Retaxes. Are they all just the same price? No. He's the most expensive one, because he's the best one. Okay. He has an buff. I don't think I want to play him. But I don't think I want to play any of them. And I guess he's technically the best one, as I look at him. Captain Gutrot D. Spume. Crit mortal anti-hero. Let's go. Deployment phase. Master of the Slime Fleet. Sailing the seas of cheese. He's spuming. Pick a regiment led by this unit to be the target. Each unit in the target regiment is set up in reserve aboard the Slime Fleet. Alright, it's everybody in his regiment, though. That's kind of cool. Flailing Tentacles. Pick an enemy infantry hero in combat with this unit to be the target. 3-up, target has strike last. It should just be strike last. Getting an infantry hero to fight another infantry hero is something I almost never see, ever. It's hard enough for that to actually happen. Pestilential Beachhead. Your movement phase. And then everybody gets out. While within 7 of a battlefield edge, more than 9 from enemies, then set up every other friendly unit On the battlefield, hold within 7 of battlefield edge, hold within 7 of this unit, and more than 9 from enemy. Okay. Yeah, alright. Do you want to do this? Maybe. What can he take? It used to be just Blight Kings. Gut Rot Spume, 180. Rotbinger Lord and any Rotbingers. Okay. I mean, maybe if that's what you're doing. Deep Strike, you know, ambushes are good, right? For an army this slow. But you do have to go board edge, which is kind of rough. It's an option. It's a maybe. That's a lot of points for a Deep Strike. But I guess they're pointing him that much because you're so slow. Switch hats, sure. BRB. I gotta find the hat. I only had one hat next to me today.
Right now, you could be savoring the rich, creamy flavor of angel food ice cream. It's the extra cream in angel food that blends all of your favorite flavors so they're always smooth and creamy, never pointy. How about some rich and creamy angel food ice cream right now?
Okay, I actually got a free meme out of the deal. Hat changed. Anyway, Gutrot Spume. Cool effect, 180 now. I was kind, but now we have the plebby hat on, so we have to tell the truth. Lord of Ben Afflictions. Hero Cav Flying Ward 5. This is the guy with every keyword. But no longer has every keyword. He doesn't have demon anymore. Dude, Lord of Afflictions lost the demon keyword? It's actually a massive nerf to this man. That was why he was good. Am I misremembering him? That was the reason he was good. 4, 3, 3, 1, maybe 3. And then some nothing. Vectors of Foulest Contagion. Picture 3 enemy units in combat with this unit to be the targets. Roll D3. 2 up. Mortal... Okay. Master of Rot Fleas. This unit charged. Pick this unit and up to 2 friendly. PGBs. Wholly within 12. Add one of the Ren characteristics to the target's companion melee weapons. Okay. I don't like him anymore. Not a demon. What do you cost? 220. Man shits mortals. Just check the 3 book. He doesn't have demon. Damn, who was I thinking of then? Or perhaps he lost it in 3rd. Oh no. Either I'm thinking of a different guy, or he lost it in 3rd and I just didn't notice. Where are the flymen? I want to see if the flymen are good. Possigoyle Blight Lords. Four, 3, 3, 1, 1, charge on damage thing. Add one to the Ren characteristic of Fly Rider's Arsenal. Contesting you don't control. The mouth parts are 4s and 3s 01. So, unless it's giving them mouth parts crit mortals, I think it's bad. What does it do again? Add one to rend? No. Fly Guy only had all the keywords in the 2nd dead book. Okay. 3rd strip them, same as it did to the Zinch discs. Okay. Alright, I'm remembering things from 1,000 years ago then. Yeah, a lot of points for a lot of damage 1. Hey, it looks like there's Mournfang in other books than just mine. 100 points a model assholes that aren't good. Oh, 250, considerably more than 100 points a model. Nah. Nah. No. These guys need to be way the fuck cheaper. I thought Mournfang were overpriced. These guys are even worse. Or get a war scroll that's like good, which is generally preferable. Lord of Bliggets. Anti-charge rend. Neat. Pick an enemy unit that did charge, and then you do counter impacts. The blighted weapons used by Putrid Blight Kings have anti-charge +1 rend. Okay. And then there's this guy, who's the other Blight King pumper. Add 1 charge rolls friendly Blight Kings with their holier than 12. Sure, I'll take it. 7 folds S Laughter. Pick a friendly Putrid Blight Kings unit that did charge. 2 up, add 1 to the task characteristic of their blighted weapons. Well, if their blighted weapons are good, then that's good. So one is for your defensive Blight Kings and one is for your offensive Blight Kings. Does this guy do Blight King stuff? No. Alright. Let's look at the Putrid Blight Kings. What do you do? Blighted weapons have a bunch of attacks already and they suck, so giving them +1 attack is kinda whatever. Add 3 to control score if it's contesting an objective you control, but it's control 1. 3 health, 3 up save, 5 up ward. They're big. These guys are fucking huge and they have a lot of shit attacks. The Lord of Blights is 170, the Lord of Plagues is 170. That's more than what I want to pay for them in general. Putrid Blight Kings 5 for 2 hundo. Alright, they are indeed big. They are large. 15 wounds on a 3 up, 5 up, potentially -1 to be wounded, with healing spells. And just like sit there. Paying 170 for a guy that can make this rend 2 if you get charged, I would spend the extra 30. I'd spend the extra 30 and get 10 fucking guys. Right? Because you get another 20 attacks, which has got to be better than an extra 1 rend. Especially considering it puts another 15 wounds on the table. Yeah, you just take 10 Blight Kings instead of any of those hero guys. I think those guys could have been designed a little better. Harbinger of Decay. 7382. 33313 crit mortal, nice, but super low number of attacks. Guy looks so sick. Oh, I remember seeing this guy in the faction focus. Wasn't he bad? Hold on. Priest 1. Okay. You don't have a prayer lore, so he's got a prayer on his thing. Once per battle army. Enemy hero phase. Pick up to 3 enemy units within 24. Good range. Starting next turn, subtract 1 from the move characteristic and 1 from the run and charge rolls. That is significant. And you will choose the best turn to do that. So that's alright. And then Omens of Decay 4. Pick a visible enemy within 12. Pretty short. And you can't juice this up without a target. So that might ruin him. That might cause him to be ruined. Subtract twice the current battle round number from the target's control score. If it was 10 up, it affects all enemies within 12. Damn. I'm so sad that this guy isn't worth it. Because he looks so cool. What do you cost? Harbinger of Decay. 200. Harbinger of Not Okay. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Rotbringer Sorcerer. Wizard 1. Flyhead Man. I like the hood personally, but you can do what you want. 5 up. Tainted Sorceries. Pick an enemy unit that was picked to be the target of a spell that was successfully cast by this unit this phase to be the target. Are we targeting enemy units with our spells in this army? This one, no. This one, yes. Okay. Cloying Quagmire is real good. So we potentially are targeting our opponents with spells. With one spell. Roll die 2 up, subtract 1 from ward rolls for the target for the rest of the turn. Very specific. I'm trying to get any other wizard in this army. If I'm scouring for a wizard, I want anything but this guy. Maybe you have to play him because I don't see a lot of wizards, but damn, I don't like him. He better cost 100. 120, okay. 120 is maybe the cheapest you can get for a wizard, I guess. Damn, I don't like him. But you might have to take him anyway. And then we got these literal who's. We got these big fucking boys. Rotmire Creed. Weird. 161. 12-inch blowpipes, huh? When using the Blessed by the Plaguefather ability, if you choose to infect an enemy unit, you can pick an enemy unit that had any damage allocated to it by this unit's shooting attacks this turn to be the target, even if that unit is not in combat with a friendly. Okay. So their blowguns spread disease. If you manage to do damage, 10 of them, 20 shots within 12, you'll probably do 1 damage. Not much more than that, but I think you will do at least 1. And then they spread disease. 12 is pretty short. They're going to get countercharged or something. They absolutely explode. They're pretty cheap. Maybe these are these your screens? No, I suppose Nurglings are your screens, or maybe Plague Bearers are your screens. $130 for 10. Blessed by the Plaguefather ability. How does this thing read again? Once per turn army. Okay. I mean, you're probably going to do this somewhere else, right? It's not like it's in addition to. It's you can choose someone they shot. I don't like them, but if someone was playing them, I would maybe understand why. And then Feculent Naramaw. Okay, what do I like about this army? Battle traits are okay. Disease is cool, I need to see it in action. I think you actually take the Taliban, although this thing should add to the die roll. It shouldn't say +1, if any, in my personal opinion. Your heroic traits and artifacts of power are kind of lame and sad, and not interesting, especially the artifacts. like, Grandfather's Blessing is cool on a Great Unclean one. But anything else is kind of like whatever. And the artifacts suck. Spell lore looking nice. Cloying Quagmire is huge. Terrifying army to play against when using off-turn cast on Cloying, I think. Rodicus is funny. I can see playing a Guo. I wish Host of Nurglings had like Crypt Mortal or something on it. That would really tie the room together. Are you reviewing old faction packs? I'm reviewing the new indexes, which there's 26, so it takes forever to go through them. But I would like to go through all of them, so I at least vaguely remember or I'm familiar with what the army's trying to do. I like Guo. I like Horticulus Slimix. I like this guy if you're running a big block of Plague Bears. I like Sloppity basically always. I actually like Nurglings, probably. Beasts of Nurgle, never, unless you're running Slimex. But it feels like a little bit of good money after bad. Plague drones are okay. I mean, you're paying a lot for just like flying. They're more expensive than I want them to be for what they do. But maybe you just have to. Plague Bears work. They do what their job is. The Glotkin is way expensive, but I think fun. The Maggot Lords are not great. At least on first viewing. Gutrot Spume is way expensive. Lord of Afflictions, I think, is bad. Lord of Blights. These two lords, I don't think their abilities are good enough, and they cost way too close to the same points as an entire extra 5 guys. And so you just want the 5 guys. I think these two weren't designed very well. Harbinger of Decay. Maybe they thought the model looked so cool they didn't need to try on any of these things. I hate the Rotbringer Sorcerer, but you might play him as an extra wizard. You might just have to, which is sad. Postco Blight Lords are bad. Blight Kings are just huge. I wish their attacks were better. But I guess that's what people have been saying about them forever, right? Rotmire Creed. It's like you could potentially put disease on someone a turn earlier, maybe. I don't know if that's good enough. And then Fecula and Narumaz are fine. Alright. Trolls hard counter the disease mechanic. There's nothing Maggotkin can do versus trolls. Yeah, because they auto-heal, which shuts off the thing. Yeah. That is a good point. And they naturally have good armor and a 5-up ward, so you're doing even less damage than normal. Right away I read them and I was like, nice. Right into the bottom of mixed, but seems good. Right into the bottom of mixed, but seems good. A lot of what you're doing is cool. But I'm not like blown away. I'm not like hype, I guess. I'm not like super hype about it. I mean, B's good, I guess. B's good. Nothing wrong with B, right? How do you guys feel about him? Any plague men in chat? Best stuff seems to be demons plus Blight Kings and maybe a Glottokin. Plague Bears have been surprise MVPs in your games. Oh, I think they would be. Yeah. They're chaff. And chaff is a valuable role. What are they? 10 guys, 6 up, 5 up. That you can bring back to life with a thing that almost can't die. You know, like that's kind of nice. Solid chonkers. You can't speak on this because all your games were all with a terrible list. That's fine. It's the testing stage. You're supposed to try out the weird, probably bad stuff to see if it's surprisingly good. You know? I tried a bunch of lists that were like kind of purposefully bad with Beastclaw right away because I wanted to see if the things that looked not great actually were on the table. Because sometimes that's not the case. Nurgle is solid versus everything except Trogs. Yeah, everybody has a hard counter, you know. I played 2 games of Beastclaw versus Khorne, and both Khorne lists had the 6-inch murder run guy. And so for the majority of the game, my opponent was redeploying towards me and then entering combat to shut off all the charges. And then doing enough damage to kill everything. It was what you call a hard counter. I actually never found a good counter to it, actually. Solid chonk. After a few turns, your opponent realizes all their units are half dead. And diseased. You played 8 mortal flies. Well, you gotta see if they're good, though. Sometimes it doesn't look good, but it actually is. You know? I think you're right. Nothing to get overly hyped about. They can have fun. The reduction in bookkeeping has overwhelmingly improved your experience with playing them. Yeah, that has been nice. I think they're really just a few tweaks away. It's not like you need drastic rewrites or anything like that. I think a lot of this stuff is pretty close. It wouldn't take too much, I don't think. Which is kind of nice. I think the Guo and stuff are like almost there. Maybe I just like the concept of him more than the result of him. But I do like him. Just this obnoxiously humongous thing that's impossible to kill that just points out disease this, disease that. I think the downfall of Guo is a gorillion points and no damage. And yeah, you have cool synergy and you can bring stuff back to life, but at the end of the day, you really do actually need to do damage. I don't know. Anybody tried Guos and stuff? Are they good? Because, like, I was looking at these, and I'm like, yeah, I guess you take the 1-inch move thing, whatever. And I'm like, Grandfather's Blessing, whatever. Oh, yeah. Once we scroll to the Guo section, hold on. Any turn? Hold up. Guo shooting damages is real value. Guo is basically unkillable. I mean, that's what I saw. He dies to Killbow. Yep, not standard viable. Dies to Doomblade. Grandfather's Gift Guo has been a total MVP. Guo plus Rodicus. Can you legit play both? Can we do? Is that like a silly list or? Because I want to play both. They synergize with each other. You know, this guy Plague wins, put the extra diseases out, and then after that, this guy actually shits on everyone. The Deluge. I mean, it's a tag team champions. Plus he has +1 to casting rolls, and I really want +1 to casting rolls in this army. And also I really don't want to play a Rotbringer Sorcerer. And so having 4 casts among 2 guys that are both invincible really does activate the almonds a little bit. You'd run 1,000 point for 2 models Bombo list. I would too. I mean, I have in the past. I've played Kragnos and a Frostlord before. I'm not above doing it. Anyway, that's the thing that's what I like about here. I'm thinking Rodicus, Guo, And then everything else in the army is just like demons that I can bring back to life. It'd be kind of fun to play a 10-man unit of Blight Kings and just have them be huge, but I think we're good on the be huge, and we need, like, things that can go places and do things for the rest of the army. Yeah, Slimix throwing trees all over the place. 3 Guo and Eroticus is possible. When you wanted to play Sons of Behemoth, but they only had Nurgle at the store. 3 Guo, Eroticus. Let's go. Big synergy and forecasting is big for us, yeah. Anyway, I'm pleasantly surprised by Nurgle. It's in B, which to me is pleasantly surprising. Yeah, alright. Yeah, I suppose just let them, you know, if they die, right? Google brings them back. Speed bump tech. What was the one that I said we were going to do after Nurgle? Did I say we were going to do one after? Did we decide on one? I don't think we did. Oh, wait, Nurgle was the extra one. That's right. Well, what shall we do after Nurgle? Stormcast, probably 8-hour stream. Rats. Rats. Cities small. Lizards. Oh yeah, that's right. Hammerbone. Hammerbone 1998. One of the 3 bad... That's right, we did say one of the 3 bad ones. The 3 that didn't look good. Sylvaneth, Hoss, Heat Slash, and Gloomspite Gietz. Redemption Arc, right? Well, I'll let that one percolate, I guess. We've been going for 4 anyway. Remind me next time, chat. It's one of those 3. It's one of the 3 for Redemption Arc. And maybe... Actually, maybe we'll just do all 3 of the... And try to... Well, you gotta find at least 1 redemption, right? So maybe we'll do all 3 of them. The next index stream. And after that, there's probably only gonna be another 3 index streams until we're finally done. Imagine that. Anyway, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Next time, the Redemption Arc begins. Thursday's stream is Rift's game, of course. TTRPG. Featuring Jupes, CD Yobusta, and Vince Vengerella. Please look forward to it. Old school cyber pork. Anyway, Thursday 6 p.m. Rifts. Friday Redemption Arc. Saturday is 11 a.m. We're watching the GW reveal stream. So we got 4 streams this week. Absolutely packed in. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the subs, the bits, and the primes. And I'll see you Thursday for Rifts.